الفوضيات.
كيف الحال؟
هيك منيح في الديار.
Hello, everyone. Please, if you have a seat. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of our conference, Roadmap to a Safe Environment in Syria. Today, we just have two sessions. We're going to start the first session titled Safe Environment in Syria and the Political Process, Overcoming the Paralysis. We'll start with the moderator, Mr. Rafiq Hosdik. Please, the speaker can come to the podium, and we have some speaker online. It's Mr. Rafiq. The floor is yours.
Recording in progress.
Can I please ask everybody who is still in the coffee room to join us so we can start? No, we are in the room and two people online. The technical team, can we have our online participants on screen? Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of our international conference, Roadmap to a Safe Environment in Syria. As we all know, we had an extremely rich day of conversations yesterday, and I'm sure that the two sessions that we have today will prove equally as relevant and rich, including hopefully this session. As in the previous session that I moderated, I will very briefly introduce the speakers in this session, and you can find their, I have to say, impressive biographies on our website for more detail. This session is also slightly different from those from yesterday because we have two members who are joining us remotely, and they are Qutaiba Alidlibi, who is Senior Fellow and Head of the Syria project at Atlantic Council. Hello, Qutaiba. Can you hear us well?
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. We know that the time difference may be slightly difficult to overcome, but thank you so much for being with us today. And also Dr. Yasser Alaiti, who is a member of the Syrian Association for Citizens' Dignity and is speaking from the north of Syria. Dr. Yasser, welcome, and thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Good morning.
We also have with us here in Geneva, Dr. Talal Sumbuli, who is the founder of Syrian American Council and a member of Board of Advisors. Welcome, Dr. Talal. And we have Paul Seals, who is Director of Peace Practice and Innovation at the European Institute for Peace, whom you've already met yesterday as he moderated the session in the afternoon, well, actually late morning. So the session today, I think, is extremely important in terms of its substance, and it is safe environment in Syria and the political process overcoming the paralysis. I'm not going to take any time to introduce the topic, except to say that what we are seeing in discussions yesterday, we actually came to this joint conclusion that what we are seeing in terms of ideas on the table for the political process at present, after we had years of the so-called baskets and then the Constitutional Council process, the ideas on the table now and initiatives that we are seeing are actually the result of the paralysis, rather than, in fact, trying to achieve any tangible solutions to overcome the paralysis and arrive at the solutions, especially the solutions that the Syrians themselves, especially displaced Syrians themselves, are communicating. So I'm sure that in the course of this session we will have plenty of opportunity to discuss this in more detail and address what could be the way out and what could be the ways to disrupt this political paralysis. But it is clear, and it is clear from the conversations we had yesterday, that it is about the political will of key countries, including the United States, the European Union, Turkey, and others, in order to reset the political process and place the concerns of displaced Syrians captured in the Safe Environment document at the top of the political agenda. I will, without further ado, turn to Qutaiba first in the United States, who has also served as the ambassador for what is known as the opposition in the United States, to tell us from his understanding, from his experience, what will it take for the key states like the United States to recognize the interest, their interest, and urgency of engaging in the work, difficult work that needs to be done in order for safe environment to be elevated to the top of political agenda and then subsequently achieved.
Thank you so much, Rose. I'll start quickly by just describing the situation we're in today and how, very quickly how we got to where we are today. I mean, to summarize, after 10 years, over 10 years of the conflict itself, of course, we've got to a situation where it was hard to manage an agreement with Iran and Russia on getting out of the conflict on one hand, but also other priorities raised, whether conflicts in the Horn of Africa, the conflict in Ukraine, and of course what we see with the economic recession that is looming across Europe and the United States. That is kind of the general conditions usually used to justify the lack of engagement, the paralysis that we see in the engagement on the Syrian political process. But more specifically, I think we are where we are today because, in a sense, since probably 2014 or 2015, there was a lack of political interest in engaging meaningfully and finding a solution for the conflict. I think, since the beginning of the conflict, there was an assumption that among Syrian and among Western officials that it is only a matter of time for the Assad regime to fall, that this process, whether it was the fall of the Assad regime, the transition to a new political body, a new political system in Syria, requires a certain level of engagement, but doesn't require heavy political and otherwise investment by the international community. Of course, the intervention of Russia, heavy intervention of Russia and Iran later proved otherwise. I'm worried today with kind of like the shifting priorities that we have, with the opportunity that the situation in Syria created for countries like Iran, like Russia, like China, to try to challenge international norms, to challenge specifically the United States over the space in the Middle East. I'm worried that it will take a lot of damage to Western interests, especially the interests of the United States, for the U.S. government to kind of wake up to the reality of our vacuum that we are leaving in Syria for Russia and Iran. I wouldn't be, I think, generalizing or overestimating the impact of the Syrian conflict to say that what we see in Ukraine today is a result of our lack of serious engagement in Syria. What we see on the JCPOA, the nuclear deal, and the lack of engagement, serious engagement from Iran to kind of like get the JCPOA over the cross line is a result of our engagement with Iran and Syria. And our serious challenge, the challenge of the United States with China today, is also a result of the over expression of U.S. withdrawal from the region. So on one level, again, I worry that it would take a huge damage to the national security interest in many forms, whether it is in the forms of a big threat to the national security interest of a terrorist group or another break of one of the international norms that were built after World War II for especially the United States and Europe to kind of like wake up to the crisis we have in Syria today. On a practical level, in terms of what we can do, just so we're not stuck in the same paralysis, I think after 12 years of almost 12 years of the conflict, as the situation have changed on the ground, it is necessary on our side, on the side of Syrians, to kind of like shift gears in terms of priorities and short-term goals. It was, in the first years of the conflict, I think there was a clear path or a natural path that many Syrian groups, political and otherwise, kind of like rallied around, supporting, a slow but potential political transition in Syria. That opportunity is frozen for now. The situation on the ground is very different. We have 3 or 4 different areas of control, but also we have kind of like a frozen front lines between those different areas. So there is a serious requirement for, I think, Syrians with their civil society, political groups, to kind of like rethink the priorities for the time being and how they can utilize the opportunities on hand to make sure that they maintain the leverage they have on the ground. They maintain also the political leverage they have in the political process. Because in a sense, also maintaining the same short-term objectives that we had in 2011 and 2012, and kind of like surrendering this paralysis, is increasing the Assad regime, Iran, and Russia's leverage in the political process. Because the more they are able to destroy that process or freeze that process without an alternative, again, we see that the international community, specifically in the EU and the United States, are kind of limiting their engagement through the only available options that are focusing on the long-term goal of the political process. This is the time, I believe, where it is necessary for Syrians to rally around leveraging, the territory, the international support, the human capital they have, specifically in northern Syria, to build on that, especially in terms of building a model for Syrians on what a future Syria would look like. What do Syrians want a post-Assad Syria to look like? I think in terms of practical, again, in terms of action items or practical engagement, this is kind of what it would take for providing practical options, again, for the EU and the United States to engage again when the political will comes back.
I very, very quickly, Kutaiba, a follow-up question. Yesterday, we heard that that the conversations that are taking place, for instance, around the step-for-step initiative right now, have not included Syrians yet, as was stated. There is a clear absence of a strong Syrian voice in, especially representing displaced Syrians, as one of the key problems for any hope for a political solution being the fate of the 13 million displaced who form the majority of the population. How can we achieve that representation? How can we achieve that the voice of Syrians is taken seriously and actually, as you said, not only participates in the discussion, but sets the agenda for the discussion?
Yes, I think mainly, especially on the step-for-step process, the process itself has been kind of like absent from the public sphere conversation in terms of what does the step-for-step process really outline. Of course, in principle, the step-for-step process started in 2012, the Kerry-Lavrov conversations. That's when we really got into that process. I think the main issue we're facing today is that there is no clear outline on what the step-for-step process really implies. Even though the contact group, the small group focusing on Syria, have requested an outline for that process since the beginning of this year. But still kind of like the absence of clarity on what those steps look like, how do we verify that the regime will comply, what's the nature of those steps are. It really creates, a wall around this process that limits Syrians' engagement around it. On our side, I think that's why it's important for Syrians to really be on the offensive on that front line rather than on the defensive. So, for example, I think for a very impactful engagement around the step-for-step process is to really limit it to very small steps of the same nature and focused on specifically just improving the interconnectivity around services provided to Syrians to improve their daily life. If there will be any serious engagement around that process, I think this is the only way to engage, but also to test, which is most importantly, how serious the Assad regime is in really providing any concessions. The special envoy, the UN special envoy, Sergei Pedersen, in his latest tour, delivered the message that the Assad regime considered the latest release of detainees that happened back in April as a step, as a confidence building measure, and he was waiting, and that the Assad regime is waiting for the international community to respond back to that step. And I think this is kind of like the dangerous territory where Syrians need to be clear on that. We cannot exchange hostages with political concessions. We cannot, exchange the lives of, Syrians with the futures or the future of all Syrians. It needs to be very clear to the Assad regime, to political bodies who are involved in that process. And I think it's important to also realize that Syrians have allied around that process. From my conversations with member states of the contact group, there is an agreement that, again, if there is any engagement on the step-for-step process, it needs to be on practical steps that alleviate the human suffering on the Syrian level. But also they need to be small, measurable, of the same nature. And most importantly, to find a way to verify how the regime would comply with those steps, especially as you described, in the absence of a political pressure. I think one example that many member states and Syria watchers and thinkers are aware of is the example of the chemical weapons agreement that was signed in 2013. And still with the existence of massive political pressure at the time, with all options on the table, the Syrian regime, the Assad regime, still failed to comply with that agreement. They still use chemical weapons tens of times after signing the agreement. We still have information that they are maintaining stockpiles of different chemical agents that would be used in chemicals. So that's why it is really important, for Syrians first, and for the international community to support Syrians to actually outline and identify the political process that would help them to create that safe, calm, and neutral environment described in your report.
Thank you. Dr. Yasser, I want to hear from you, and I think that substantively and symbolically it is very important that you are in Syria, as I asked you this. We heard yesterday, we continue hearing this from Syrians, that they perceive these different initiatives that we just discussed with Qutaiba and other similar ad hoc approaches as this glacier of normalization with the Syrian regime that is being driven by inertia in actually taking on the difficult work, but necessary work to arrive at a political agreement on the safe environment. What would you say, from your perspective, where you are now, is the impact of such creeping normalization of the Syrian regime?
Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you for having me in this conference. I was living in Damascus 10 years ago. I was displaced from my home, and now I'm living in northern Syria. I just want to start with little story, human story. I think it's story of millions of Syrians. During the last 10 years, I was talking to my mother living in Damascus nearly every other day. And always she was asking me, Yasser, when this conflict is going to end? And I was telling her, soon, soon, inshallah. 6 months ago, my mother was very ill, and she was talking to me hardly beneath their oxygen mask. At the end of the call, she told me, Allah ma'ak, God bless you. 2 hours after this call, she was dying. This is just one of millions of painful stories of 13 million Syrian refugees and displaced like me. Why I couldn't be, and this is the point I want to make it clear, why we are as Syrians, and we don't take this step-by-step approach very seriously. I will tell you why. Why I couldn't be in Damascus with my mother in her last days. Before answering this question, I want to share you this picture. Give me just one moment. I think many of you see this picture. This was a report from Guardian newspaper about 5 months, I think, ago. I cannot go back to Damascus because men like this man still in their position till now. I think many of you see the video released by Guardian 5 months ago about Tadamun massacre, which was committed in 2013 by this man called Amjad Yusuf. The video showed with clear photos and sound Amjad pushing civilians into large hole and shooting them in cold blood. 41 civilians were killed in Tadamun massacre, and there were women and children among them. And this was just one of 12 massacres committed by Amjad Yusuf, according to Guardian. At the recent report, just if we are talking about step for step approach, a recent report just 2 weeks ago from Guardian showed that Amjad Yusuf is still serving in his position as security official in Tafarsusa neighborhood in Damascus. And you can imagine how many criminals still in their official position in Syria. I will stop sharing this picture. Okay, so you can imagine how many criminals still in their position in Syria, not to mention the head of them, Bashar al-Assad, who is officially the commander of Syrian army and the commander of security forces, and who is personally responsible for all crimes committed by his regime since the start of revolution on March 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, the concrete steps and measures defined by roadmap for safe environment prepared by Syrian Association for Citizen Dignity will guarantee that criminals like Amjad Yusuf will not allow to commit more crimes and would guarantee the safe and voluntary return of millions of refugees and displaced Syrians. Furthermore, and this is the point here about what we can do to push or to make the political process, to get the political process out of the paralysis. This is our topic. This roadmap will facilitate the political transition in Syria, according to Security Council Resolution 2254. What I want to demonstrate here is the dangers of the current tries of some countries to drive the normalization with Assad regime and legitimization of the unsustainable status quo where Syrians continue to suffer displacement, repression, torture, and enforced disappearance. Any normalization with Assad regime without taking concrete steps from him toward making a safe environment will encourage his regime to put more obstacles in the road of political process and will prolong the current situation in Syria, which involves more violence, more terrorism, and more immigration, and this will contribute to destabilization, not just for countries around Syria, but it will contribute to destabilization around the world. This is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser. I'll come back to you, but from what you just said, I will go to Dr. Talal to ask him, I think one of the crucial questions which has been crystallized over the last day and this morning, and that is to be heard, to be able to actively affect the political process. There has to be a critical mass of displaced Syrians coming together around this idea. What will it take to create this critical mass?
Thank you very much for the question and for having participated of this important session. It will be imperative for us to look back at the history of Syria for the last 60 years.
عندما نظرنا إلى تاريخ سوريا عبر 60 عاما الماضية سيسهل علينا أن نفهم لماذا هذا هو الحال في سوريا وما هي خطة العمل. كما نعرف جميعا فإن القضية ليست قضية 12 عام ولكنها 60 تعود إلى 60 عاما وقد عانت الأسر من الأمهات إلى الأطفال وكلما ذهبت تلك الأسر هربا من الحكم.
Okay. Running away from the government. And this subjugation has been done in a way that we never been able to look around and see if there's any other country in the area who would do that except for North Korea. It is, I remember, if you remember, there's a book was written by Elizabeth Buden in the University of Chicago, when we're talking about the kingdom of fear, and which when she described as the way the regime has been able to subjugate the human structure to a non-human entity that would be to have to follow what's being told to do, irrespective what the order is, because they have no alternative to that order. This situation went with the Syrian even after they left outside. And I'm talking United States. I've been living in the United States for the last 50 years. And after Bashar al-Assad came to power in 2001, trying to open up to the Syrian everywhere, he sent Buthayna Sha'ban and Imad Mustafa for what you call a town hall meeting in area where Syrians were used to gather, big cities as usual for foreigners or after that newcomers. And in fact, he came, Imad Mustafa, and I had more than one session with him, but it's not the time to speak about that. He came with Buthayna Sha'ban, which is the advisor of Bashar al-Assad, to present the new picture of the regime to the Syrian in Chicago area, a town hall meeting that never happened in Syria. So the Syrian, when they came to Chicago, they felt the smell of freedom, and they felt free to talk. Obviously, that's new. And one of the lady was standing up, and she talked to Buthayna Sha'ban. She's talking about her son. Her son was taken to prison. He was tortured and he died. And she stood up and told Buthayna Sha'ban, what did my son do to be taken, to be imprisoned, to be tortured, and to be killed? Why did you do that? And Buthayna Sha'ban started talking about variety of things. Muhammad al-Fadil and Muhammad al-Fadil, there's good. She said, I'm talking about my son. He wasn't in politics. And Buthayna Sha'ban got really sick of her. And you know what she said? What they used to say to the Syrian. She said, Qaidi, sit down. This is what's expected from the Syrian at the time the regime talked to them, to sit down and obey. And the lady said, I'm not sitting down. And she stood up and she continued to talk. At that time, Buthayna Sha'ban couldn't take it. She sweat. What did she do? She sat down. That when we stand up to those individuals and we have the power to stand up, they will sit down. And unless we do that at this point, we're not going to have him to sit down and listen to us. It is our responsibility here, as we are free to come here, gather and talk and discuss. Way is out of it. Yesterday, I think we put a roadmap. And I gather and I feel and I hope that we have an agreement that this is most probably is our best way out of this situation. It's for us now to discuss how we are going to do it. I don't control the superpower, but we could talk to them. I don't control the government of the neighborhood in the area, Turkey and otherwise, but we should talk to them. But whom do I control? I control myself. I could talk to my friend. I could talk to the Syrian everywhere. And now that means this is our opportunity as a Syrian, as responsible, as advocate, as we have some kind of plan of action, is to go ahead and carry this plan. I'm talking about taking this seriously. You have to take it, or I have to take it, or collectively, we have to take it as the only way out of what we have. And you should consider yourself, you're responsible. There's nobody else responsible. You're responsible for it. Me, you, and everybody, collectively, and everybody we talk to them. That means we have to start from now, to sit down, calculate, set a plan of action, and be candid to ourselves with our shortcoming, with our ability, and put the best possible way out of the situation. And then we start talking to our brothers and Syrian and sisters Syrian everywhere. You're not going to talk to them from Geneva. You have to talk to them to North Syria, to South Turkey, to Jordan, to Lebanon, to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia, to England, to United States, to Germany. You have to talk to them everywhere and give them this what you have. Show it to them. Tell them this is our way out. And show them, not talk to them, show them your sincerity. You really feel your feeling. You really understand what they have. You really have it in your hand, and you have nothing else. You have no interest except their success. You don't want to be president. You don't want to be prime minister. You don't want to be a minister. You just want to be part of the process and have the dignity and the honor is to be part of the process. If we come to be as part of the process, that by itself is a great honor for all of us. I wish and I hope that all of us will be part of it, not by talking, but by action, by sitting down this evening and hopefully tomorrow and decide how we are going to do it. And each one of us will be part of it. And each one of us will be responsible that part. In a sense, like you're in a city, you're defending the city, each in a corner for it. You don't want to be taken from that corner. So you will be guard for it, and you do it. Thank you very much.
I have a sense we should end the panel here on this note, but but we will not, because there are still some questions to be asked. But this, I think, this captured the substance of all the conversations we had so far. But I will now turn to Paul, who has experience and knowledge of the processes that are going on in what we would call key states, and especially the states of the West, in their approach to Syria. And I would like to ask you, Paul, how can we explain the inertia of especially the European Union and other Western countries when it comes to Syria, and what could take to disrupt this inertia?
Well, thanks, Refik. Yes, you got the order of the panel wrong, that's for sure. But the question, I think to try and answer that, there's 2 or 3 issues I would like to address, and some of them have already been addressed in the comments of the 3 previous speakers. How to unblock, how to re-energize, how to somehow change the perception or reality that there is a lack of creativity or imagination or progress. I'm not sure it's certainly, I don't think, a lack of effort. I think people are trying and thinking hard about these issues, but they're certainly not a record of success. That much is very, very obvious. Why have we got to this stage, and what can be done about it? I think what you said earlier on is an interesting and potentially important observation. The track record of the attempts to resolve the situation over the last 6 or 7 years, at least, as you indicated. We've had the 4 baskets approach, we've had the Constitutional Committee approach. A couple of you have already spoken this morning about the step-for-step approach, all of which by definition are effectively a continually narrowing of the path, which in itself indicates a degree of at least a concession to what is assumed to be the reality. And I think one of the questions is whether or not the description of that reality has been accurate. And I think it was Qutaiba, I can't remember if it was Qutaiba that was saying it earlier this morning. There are a number of, I think, kind of contradictions in positions that are informing the general approach that are understandable but complicate the clarity of vision. On the one hand, there is the repeated mantra that the territorial integrity of the country must be maintained. Yet, as I think it was Qutaiba that was saying, the reality is that the lines are frozen in at least 3 or 4 areas, have been for quite some time, and any of the proposals that are on the table or have been on the table have been manifestly unable to change that situation. So we have a number of issues that seem to contradict themselves in terms of approach and efforts. In terms of the situation regarding European states, and I think it's important not to just put it in the context of the European Union. The Union itself has efforts and delegations and everything else, but of course there are a number of key countries that are not in the Union who are very much engaged and affected by this issue, including Norway and the UK on a number of different levels, and Switzerland. So I think it's important to see some of this from the point of view also of member states, and not just through an EU lens, although that is also important. I think, if I can use a phrase that is well known to some of you, that there is a spectre haunting Europe, and that spectre is immigration and refugees, and has been for some time. And we know for a fact, of course, that the issue of refugees has been an enormously important, some would say the tipping point in elections and in the political discourse in a number of countries for a period of time. And we all know what the reaction was in the context of the refugee situation in 2015 and the results of that in various countries in Europe after that large inflow, if you like, around that time. And I think that raises a question. Obviously, we're all talking here about how to deal with what is the roadmap, what is the focus that is being presented here. It's about refugees and IDPs finding a way to return to Syria through the doorway of a calm, safe and neutral environment. And what are the means of establishing that? If we want states to unlock their energy and refocus their energy, I think there perhaps has to be a recalibration of the way in which some states are perhaps estimating their interests and concerns. And one has to be careful about that, because the people that are trying to do this are, of course, bright people and smart people, and I imagine doing their best, of course. But one of the things that has obviously been the case is that for a long time there has been a fairly significant assumption that the problem can be contained, that the issue of the potential refugee crisis can be contained, that there is a relatively infinite capacity of, I don't think you can have something as relatively infinite, an infinite capacity of the willingness of neighbouring countries in particular to host the millions that are and have been staying in their countries for several years. And all of you in the room know that that is very far from the truth and is increasingly less and less the truth. And even if some of the worst case scenarios, as we heard yesterday, may be overplayed for the purposes of political campaigning, that is small comfort for the people facing those campaigns at the moment and who are making life decisions to flee some of their host countries precisely because of the political context that they're currently living in. So I think there's an issue, there's a question to ask, particularly you're asking about, I think, European states. Is that calculation that seems to have been made still holding? Can it hold? How much longer can it hold? The conflict, as Fataiba, I think, was saying in the first intervention today, is certainly frozen along various lines, but the political situation in most countries is fluid and is changing and is dynamic and is going in a direction that is not positive for the conditions for the people that we're talking about. And that raises, I mean, we heard from the UNHCR yesterday, and the position that the colleague tried to put forward was that they are advocating for ever more support, ever more funds, ever more political energy to accommodate and host the people in those countries. But even he indicated that is a losing battle at this point. So I think one of the questions is really for those states is to calculate more or to revisit that calculation and revisit their own interests, because the challenge of getting that wrong and misunderstanding the real threat of failing to deal with the opportunity that's provided, particularly by this paper and the Camp Safe and Neutral Environment, is a way of solving what is a very direct and massive, some would say existential political threat to a number of European governments. And I know there are enormous difficulties in European countries for trying to do that, but I think there ought to be a perception that there is an increasing risk of presuming that this can be contained or simply funded a way out of. So that's one area I think is a crucial element of trying to understand a little bit differently the questions of how states might engage in this process. And I think just to finish on this point, the issue around what the paper's trying to do, we've talked about this for a long, long time and have discussed the way in which the issue of refugees and IDPs is either not understood or minimized or deprioritized, and has been, I think, for a long, long time. And even when we started doing this work several years ago, that always struck me as quite a strange situation, in the sense that what we've all said in the last couple of days very clearly, we all know that over half of the population is in one of those two conditions. And it's a fairly astonishing situation that the voice and the interests of those constituencies have not been a much more significant focus of efforts. I don't say they've been entirely dismissed, but they have certainly not been a significant focus of effort. Or at least they become a significant focus of effort in moments of crisis to address political problems elsewhere. So I think there is an effort that can be made, and I think this opportunity that's presented by the report and by this series of discussions over today and yesterday to refocus and re-energize efforts in that direction. I think the comments that have already been made this morning are very, very interesting, very indicative of an understanding that this provides a different doorway, if you like, a different way to enter the problem. And I think the thing that I took from yesterday's meeting that I think is important to present to people who are trying to find new ways and creative ways of addressing the problem is that this does not try, as far as I can see, to pretend that I kind of commented on this yesterday a little bit, the paper itself and the content of the paper does not seem to me to be naive or to pretend to present a comprehensive solution and a pathway to a utopia. That's not what this paper is doing. It is very much focused on addressing a very specific issue with some very practical problems. It is so far from academic. It's both encouraging and important to acknowledge that. It's very practical and it's very concrete, and it's based on the reality of the experiences and the desires and interests of the people most directly affected by the issue. And I think the important issue for me is that understanding that what is being asked for and what is being suggested is, as I say, a doorway of some description that you can rely on, that is predictable enough in order to get to the situation you were talking about yesterday, i.e. people taking advantage and having confidence in the framework that could be created as a result of something like this approach, have enough confidence to go back without pretending that they would go back without risk and without danger. There will be risk and danger. So I think that it's important to recognise that there is this paper and this forum offers a new bit of enlightenment, a new course that could be charted, and that actually could potentially be very much in the interests of those states, particularly in Europe, that have a very, very direct and vested interest in ensuring that this issue, particularly of the 6 million or so refugees, but also the IDPs, is addressed in a long-term and sustainable way. So that's where I would focus on that.
Let me just ask briefly a follow-up question before we open up to discussion and go back to also our speakers on Zoom. But I have to ask you, I absolutely agree with you that it is astonishing that this huge constituency of 13 million people is seen, first of all, is not seen, or is seen as some abstract, amorph mass that only exists as a number, and not as 13 million constituents, human beings, people who have rights. Is it the issue of dehumanization? Is it the issue of language? Is it that we are seeing interest in Ukraine at the level that it is not only because of strategic importance of that conflict, but also in the way that Ukrainians were able to communicate their cause? Is this an element of the problem? do you think? Because we are not, in fact, communicating the extent, the dimension, and the implications of the problem in the right way.
I always hate beginning an answer to any kind of question by saying it's complicated, because we all know that and it's rather redundant. But if one is to answer that question, there are various layers, and part of it is what you're saying, I think, but it's also, to me, there's 3 or 4 different things. I started with one of the first jobs I did. I was a lawyer for refugees in my own country in Scotland, and trying to get their plight taken seriously by the government in question at the time. And every refugee lawyer around the world will tell you it's the same problem. It's such a marginal constituency in terms of its political power, and such a powerful constituency in terms of the way politicians can use it for their own ends. So it's a very curious mix in some ways of the almost the weakest people by definition in the capacity to exercise influence and power, are also almost the most instrumentalized in certain kinds of political discourses. And that's a curious issue to me. The question about why, I think there's a number of things, and one of the things that we've had conversations about over many years, the very nature of the status of being a refugee or an IDP and the conditions that the 6 or 7 million people in Syria are, by definition, marginalizes and silences their capacity to act. They are removed from their homes, removed from their families, removed from their networks, even to the extent that they can connect or re-energize themselves to that. It's an enormous struggle to do so. So there is a very natural phenomenon of marginalization and silencing. So that side of it is I think, almost however unpleasant, is part of the phenomenon of being a refugee or being, if you like, chronically displaced for such a long period of time. So that side of it is there, and trying to help facilitate a way in which that community or that constituency can have a voice, you all know in this room much more than me, is just an enormous challenge. So I think that's why this community has to try and do that and create that voice, because even if the people who are engaged in trying to find a solution to the conflict in terms of the states and the international community, that's a task that's beyond them, frankly speaking. That even if they had the will to do it, I don't think they have the means of the time or the energy given their other constituencies. The terms of what happens, why a different treatment in Ukraine to Syria is, I think, an interesting question, but it's more complicated, I think, than just an assessment of, they were European and blonde-haired and blue-eyed or whatever else, and Syrians aren't. Because if you look at the international reaction going back to 2014 and the acceptance in relation to the Crimean situation, the international community was prepared to accept that. And even the situations in Donetsk and Luhansk to a position, they were prepared to accept that. There was a tipping point. So yes, there's definitely a difference in the tipping point issue, and the tipping point in Ukraine has provoked a reaction of, frankly speaking, an existential nature in Europe, or almost an existential nature both in Europe and the US. And simply speaking, Syria does not represent the same strategic interest to them. I think it's probably more along those lines, but I don't doubt there are other aspects to it.
Dr. Talal, and then I'll open up for discussion before going back to Dr. Yasser and Qutaiba.
We shouldn't forget at the same time that the regime from 2013 with the Iranian and other power in the area manufacture what we call now is Daesh and somehow found Al-Qaeda. We know as Syrian for generation, century, they are a modest individual. And extremism is very, very unusual. It's alien to that area. No. Bilad al-Sham is alien to that area, and all of us we know that this is not from Bilad al-Sham, has nothing to do with Bilad al-Sham. So there was an intention of making the refugee as devils from the first time. When they move, when they go running away, the suspicion that they're being Daesh is twined with them. And this is one of the reasons. And I understand it, not because it was for the European and the Turk, it was a real one, because there was many events happen in France, in Germany, and so forth. So it was real. And there's nothing will make the normal, regular individual in Germany or otherwise not to suspect that one of the terrorists will be one of them. So that make it more difficult for the refugee to be able to felt and looked at as a refugee. In addition to that, we didn't find anyone to defend the refugee. Not those representatives for the refugee, nor the countries what we call as friends of the Syria. We found nobody to represent them and defend them.
Yeah, so many questions that I have, but I will open it to discussion. We have a question here. Dr. Hala, also, please, if you are following online, feel free to send your questions in, and we will ask them. Please.
صباح الخير.
Good morning, everyone. I'm addressing here my friend Paul. When I was listening to him, I was listening to a European citizen trying to solve two problems, not one problem. The first problem has to do with the safe environment, the return of refugees in general. But actually, I am also European. Like all European countries and governments, there is a major problem. And when we lecture about negotiations, and if you want to achieve success, you have to put yourself in the other's shoes and to look at the problem from his perspective. And that is why I want to tell Paul, in all appreciation and love, this is the situation here does not involve two problems. It's one problem. And I know that there are political parties in the European countries that are coming up. And I know that the general opinion is we don't care. And this is very dangerous. If it grows and it becomes a political decision, you all know those countries that want to stop the waves of refugees like Bulgaria and others. Why is this happening? Because we have not treated the root causes. During the past 10 years, we did not deal, and maybe for reasons well known, we did not deal with the Syrian cause in its root causes, namely that there is a dictatorship in Syria governing the country and governing the Syrian people, who are which is the mother of all civilizations. It has become just a mere farm. We have to take a solid standard towards the European countries. And when we look at Europe from a civilization perspective, I feel sorry for Europe. because the Hobbes and Rousseau and Russell, they came out of Europe. So where is the actual and real position of Europe that is built on the ground for the future of the world? I would like to add one more thing after having discussed this matter with Samir. Egypt might explode with the 100 million people. It might be just a mere introduction. Egypt might explode with the 100 million people. With regard to what has been said by François Mitterrand, if he said if Europe doesn't invest in the Middle East and Africa, then we have our doubts about the presence and the shape of Europe in the future. So the waves of migration is increasing. There is a security void, a medical void, oppression, and all what have you. So what do you expect? So do you want Europe would be back to become a real political power? Those who are governing the ruling and and who are ruling the world, they don't care about the interests of Europe. I would say the European countries should get back to your force and strength, because we do respect you. Otherwise, there will be thousands of other problems, and it is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hala?
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much for your interventions. I believe that the absence of coordination between the target and the vision of the United Nations and Syria, considering the measures undertaken with regard to Syria, has led to disintegrating the Syrian cause, because we can see that the humanitarian situation is worsening. There has been no real progress in the political process. So I believe that a full comprehensive approach is most important. I would encourage you to take, I encourage all those interested and the active partners, including the United Nations, the neighboring countries, to take the time to look into the document of a safe environment, because it might provide a solution. I know that there are challenges and impediments, but if this is adopted by the Syrians, we can really rely on it. I think.
Thank you very much for this very successful conference, which we are very much informed from various voices and different ideas. And I am further believe that although I didn't have a full coverage of the report, but the summary I had, I am very pleased to see that many of the aspects of this paper are overlapping, similar to papers which we have produced last August under the title Political State Wisdom and National Conscience of Turkey, and with the proposals with regards to Syrian refugees in Turkey. By the way, let me clearly say that some voices in Turkey some radical voices in Turkey are really marginal, and they never represent, because there were some references to Turkey yesterday, some talks. They are marginal and they never represent the general Turkish values, social values, and historical understanding. So we have to be very much clear about it. There is no question about that one. And since we are talking about the political process in this session, I am not a government official. But by the way, let me tell you, it is really tragic and it is really pity that almost all the actors to this political solution process under the umbrella of UN are at odds with each other. There is no single two actors which are coinciding vis-a-vis their policies, even Iran and Russia, the main culprits of the issue. And interesting, these are most unfortunate issue currently towards a political solution. But we don't have any solution. And even among historical allies like Turkey and Russia, Turkey and US, who may really contribute to a political process, are at odds, which we know. I mean, it is really, as I said, I am not a government official, but it is really beyond any logic, beyond any conception that how can an executive order by White House maybe is released almost every year since the last 3 years, targeting Turkey as the main source of threat for US in Syria. It's ununderstandable. Instead of working together, which are turning a real blind eye to Turkish conception of what is terrorism in northern Syria. So there should be, this is a non-starter, and with such approach we cannot move towards any political solutions, which is really a tragic issue. But anyway, still there is no alternative to UN political process, because contrary to this one, it is the still tragedy is going on. No refugees are turning. Unsafe Syria is still living if we are not successful in this political process. So this is the only one, and that all the actors should strictly follow, because there is no other way around. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So many thanks for all panelists here. Now, actually, my question for Mr. Paul, and now we know all as Syrians now, the United States is in a conflict top to top with China, and the Syrian crisis doesn't occupy for example, importance in its plans and foreign policy. Maybe a little bit, I mean, just it gave Russia the full freedom to be involved helping the Assad regime. Actually, we are wondered, and we question the EU. Now, the EU, we have no, I mean, quiet and clear vision and decision, and no determination by EU just to have positive role. And America is waging wars, and Europe, they are taking the responsibility to receive a lot of refugees. So the question really, we are looking for what is in the favor of European principles and interests too. They have to be, I mean, they have to be really more workable, more practical with our crisis in Syria. And thank you very much again.
Thank you, Professor.
May I speak in Arabic? Yeah, I can speak in English, but just to make the audience more. في مرحلة معينة.
At a certain stage, we should erect a statue for Putin in Syria, because he has shown the whole world the problematic of Europe and the United States. I believe that the main problem is the nonchalance French that the European countries can get away from the situation. I have spoken to a VIP in Germany when he told me, what do you think of yourselves? Do you think that the world will lay down plans for your own interest? But I told him, we will see. And the following year, he told me, yes, you were right. So the positive thing is that Europe started to think of its geographical dimension, which is the south, and we must reach a compromise with the Europeans in order to look into and to consider this meeting as an important platform. And what we've heard from our European colleagues, how can we further fortify this platform in order to look into the problems of refugees and displaced, because we can no longer deal partly or per piece the problem of refugees. Even the solution of the problem with Turkey, it is important, frankly speaking, but in my opinion, Turkey has shouldered a big burden of refugees, but it has protected Europe in this respect, whether we like to admit it or not. I believe that our European colleagues should look into some common denominators with us, so that we look into this problem of refugees, in addition to turning this platform into a very important political platform. Thank you.
This, I hope that I got it right in translation, but this last point is, I think, the key. The concept, the energy, the momentum of these discussions over these last 2 days have to be turned into a political action in order for anything to be possible. 2 questions left. It is Ambassador there, and then the gentleman, and then we will turn to and the lady there, sorry. And then we will turn back to the panelists. Ambassador, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'd like to make just a few comments, 3 points, and they mostly build up on what I said yesterday. One of them is that, unfortunately, what we are talking about today here and for the last 11 years is a very humanitarian thing. I mean, we are going through a basic major humanitarian tragedy. And it is sometimes really shameful to talk politics over humanitarian suffering, but unfortunately, that is the reality of the world. The humanitarian issue, the humanitarian aspect, unfortunately, cannot be detached from the political reality. So we have to bear in mind this particular fact. Secondly, I think any solution and any end to this suffering will definitely be a matter of pleasing different agendas and different priorities of different countries. That is another harsh reality that we need to face. And I think the most important factor here is, since yesterday everybody is talking about Syrians also being involved and Syrians are being left out. Yes, definitely, this is a Syrian problem, and in the end, it will be the Syrians who will be finding a solution to a Syrian problem. But then, unfortunately, as an insider and an outsider at the same time, what I see is that the Syrian people, the Syrian opposition, the Syrian victims, no matter what they do, are not sufficient enough to have their voices heard properly. And there is a lack of united vision, united stance, and a leadership. I mean, that is the basic obstacle preventing success of the Syrian people. Lastly, as regards Europe, Europe is a mouthpiece, if you ask me, unfortunately. You know, you may criticize Turkey, you may hail Turkey, no matter what you do, Turkey is involved. When you are involved, there are also mistakes, of course, but nobody can overlook the fact that Turkey has been providing a home to 3.7 million Syrians for the last, I don't know how many years. So that is really a big thing. As I said, there may be mistakes, there may be criticisms, but then that doesn't change the fact that Turkey has been giving a lot for the last 11 years. Europe, on the other hand, is very happy for keeping out the Syrians coming from into Europe, but that is not enough to help solve the problem. As I said yesterday, the Europeans, the European Union, are also expected to put their hands under the stone to go for the burden sharing. I mean, a contribution to the Syrian problem is not taking measures to keep Syrians away from European territory, but to make sure that the solution is found, a solution is found back at their home, and then they can go back in a dignified way, in a voluntary way. And in the meantime, to support them. Words are not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please, go ahead.
أشكر المتحدثين. أنا ليس لدي تعليق. لدي
Actually, I have a question and I need a response, and I don't want to overburden Mr. Paul, and I would like to hear Mr. Kotaiba to respond. We do know the 3 no's by the European Union. The 3 no's: no to lifting economic sanctions, no normalization with the regime, and no reconstruction until we reach a political solution. And this what has been mentioned by Mr. Kotaiba, the step-for-step approach and the ambiguity of this approach. We know that the extension of financial assistance, it was by compromise between the US and Russia. When we approached the Europeans, namely the Germans and the French, because they are most generous, we know that there are negotiations with the regime in order to reopen with small projects. I was told by this official that we are what we are afraid of is the cholera and the other epidemics and the plague. We should not politicize the humanitarian assistance. although we know that it has always been politicized according to interests. I would kindly ask Mr. Paul and Mr. Kotaiba the following. I have my own perception, but don't you think that the recovery is related to the step-for-step approach, or as they say, it's a group of steps by the international community in terms of concessions to the regime? The regime is still strong and is still negotiating, and they consider that the amnesty decrees are very important, although the group that met in Washington thought that the detainees should not be considered part of the step-for-step process or approach. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Question from the floor, please go ahead.
يسعد أوقاتكم يحيى مكتبي.
My name is Yahya Maktabi. We know that
ومع الأسف الشديد طوال السنوات الماضية منذ 2011 المجتمع الدولي تعامل مع القضية السورية على طريقة
We're not getting translation. Translation.
Yes, can you hear us, please? Okay. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we all know that intensive care in hospitals is the most expensive kind of care. And we all know that since 2011, we have dealt with the Syrian case as you should not die and you should not recover. And this led to a number of problems inside Syria and in the neighboring countries, and even in the European Union. What I would like to say that this mentality namely the regime will not take us anywhere. This should be transformed into a sincere desire to put an end to this cause. And here I will use the example given by Mr. Said. When we think that when we try to treat this injury in a slow way, then this injury will never be properly treated. I don't know, I think that there is an attempt to divide all parts engaged in this process. And the question that is being asked by everyone today, if there is a real international desire to solve this problem, there will be a convincing solution within 2 or 3 years. Everybody were patient, they were waiting for these 2-3 years, but today the horizons are very ambiguous, and this will lead to very dangerous phenomena. One, it will open the door before some extremists ideas, and it will increase the problem of refugees. Yes, we do know that there are no magic solutions for the Syrian cause, but here I would like to ask the following. Why doesn't the US or the European Union, why don't they support a national group of Syrians that and who are representing 23 million Syrians, and not those discussions that are taking place everywhere? This is the question, my dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go for the last round of responses to our panelist, Dr. Yasser. I would like to ask you first, based on what you have heard, based on your experience and the fact that you have a direct insight into the dynamics inside Syria itself in the north, what do you think will take, what is needed for Syrians to come around the concept presented in the Safe Environment document and finally create a strong voice that Dr. Talal was talking about earlier?
And actually, the international approach toward the Assad regime is put some pressure on him. If it didn't work, then leave this pressure or alleviate this pressure. Our experience as Syrians with this regime is, if you put the pressure on the regime and it didn't respond, then you have to make more pressure on him. As Mr. I don't remember his name. He gave a very good example. When we stood up, the regime will listen, will listen to us. So the impression, the impression with Syrian people here in northern Syria, that there is no seriousness regarding putting the pressure to the regime to go forward in the real political process. So they are always asking to put more pressure on him, not to alleviate pressure, not to make steps toward him. That will make him more rigid and will push him to put more obstacles. This is an ambition among Syrians regarding the political process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser. Kutaiba, you had a very direct question regarding step for step, and any final thoughts from you, including a question from me in relation to step for step. As we have heard, there are real concerns that engaging in such a non-transparent process, which includes concessions that we don't still know what they involve, could in fact render any future opportunity for a political agreement on the safe environment and other things impossible. Tell us your view on the impact of such ad hoc initiatives.
Absolutely. I'll start from your last questions first on what could Syrians do to kind of contextualize the concept presented in the paper. I think, from 1 to 10, we need to go back to political organization. It is time for Syrians. We've seen, of course, in the last 10 years, Syrians have been very successful in organizing themselves around civil society organizations, around victim associations, around family associations. We've seen that success in the work of the Syrian Associations for Citizen Dignity itself, and in the work of other associations. It was mentioned in the paper. There was a talk about the UN mechanism on the forcibly disappeared in Syria, and there is also this is also an example of the success that civil society organizations and family associations have been able to achieve. Where we have the shortcoming we have is in organizing politically. And it is important today, especially for communities, Syrian communities, to be able to organize themselves in such ways, to be able to speak up about their situation. In terms of why is that important? Because when talking about solutions, as I said, the conflict itself, the fact that the conflict is frozen means that there would be no political solution in the near future. Meanwhile, what the Assad regime, Iran, and Russia are doing is they're trying to win through politics what they couldn't win militarily. So militarily, all front lines are frozen. There is no interest for Iran and Russia actually to move forward, especially in northwest, because of agreements with Turkey. Because from security perspective, it would entail taking in a large population that the regime itself considered to be hostile to itself. And that actually applies also even more to Syrian refugees, especially around the region. So moving from that fact, we know for sure that the regime is not going to be willing to engage with any process of returning refugees back to Syria. And we've seen that clearly actually in the last few years. Regardless of the kind of levels, the high levels of engagements that the regime was able to secure with neighboring countries in Jordan and Lebanon, we haven't seen that really reflected on any flexibility from the regime to really allow, even those who are willing to go back safely and securely to Syria. I know the UNHCR has operated I think it's called the go and visit or check and visit trips where refugees are able to go back and check on their hometowns, check on the conditions and see if they're able to return. Yet there is no data on people who actually went back. There is no official data on people who actually went back. But we do have reports from civil society organizations, from human rights organizations about detention and even detention, torture, and even death under torture for refugees who went back. And in some cases, we've seen that even in few weeks after coming back or returning to Syria. What would that entail? That entails that we need to start planning for longer stay in the region. From the US and EU perspective, that should entail more macro plan when engaging with the region. One very sad example I've seen in the last few weeks is, for example, the way the energy deal between Lebanon and Israel has been managed. I know this is a little bit off, topic on Syria, but for host countries, for countries who are hosting a large number of Syrian refugees, they are facing a lot of economic challenges, especially in terms of inflation and the economic crisis we've seen today. So if there are no, if the solutions for the economic crisis those countries are going through do not include actually an aspect that addresses the issue of refugees, we're going to continue to see this issue of forced return of refugees in the region. And it is very dangerous. There are successful examples before where the international community actually rallied to make sure that refugees have better status in those countries. The Jordan Compact back in 2015, I believe, is an excellent example of improving situation for Syrian refugees in Jordan in terms of accessibility to labor markets, to job opportunities, and to a path for a more sustainable stay in Jordan. So there are examples where we were successful in engaging in regional countries to at least make sure that there are no pressure on those governments to push refugees to go back to their death in Syria. So that's on that level, it could be done on both sides. And that cannot be done, again, without really Syrians organizing themselves politically to be able to exert that pressure on the international communities and to be able to voice their opinions. On the early recovery and the step for step, as I mentioned, definitely the dynamic we see between the United States and Russia, especially on the cross-border today, is part of the step for step, but it is part of the Russian-American step for step process that I mentioned that Kerry and Lavrov started in 2012. The difference in the new approach is that we're talking about international community to regime step for step process. And that's where I think it gets really dangerous, because then we are talking about some sort of normalization of the regime itself. An actual beneficial step for step process, it needs to be Syrian. So when we put, for example, a question on energy, on civil registry, so for example, what would it take for the Syrian civil registry system to operate all across Syria to provide Syrians with their identification papers without having to pay high fees, without having to go through the black market that the regime has created and have really high cost on, during this economic hardship that a lot of Syrians are going through. So this is, for example, like an example of a Syrian step-for-step process that maybe should be encouraged, again, focused specifically on alleviating the hardship that Syrians are going through, but not really a step-for-step process that supports any sort of normalization or providing an international platform for the Assad regime following the crimes they committed throughout the last 10 years. Your last question, sorry, I missed that.
My question was in relation to step for step and the absence of transparency. Is there a danger that implementation of such an initiative that does not have a voice of Syrians involved in defining what it should cover could render any possibility of a future political agreement, political solution as impossible?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm falling here into the fault of repeating myself, but absolutely. Again, as long as the step-for-step process is focused on regime international community engagement or regime United States engagement, then this is a bridge that the regime is going to utilize to cancel the political process, focus on actually getting what they failed to get militarily from the international community through that process.
Thank you. This time I'm not going to make the same mistake, so I'll invite you, Paul. You had quite a few questions before I turn to Dr. Talal to close the session.
Thanks. You may have to help me because I noted down some of them. Some of them I think were more observations or slight differences of opinion, which is absolutely fine. We don't all have to necessarily formulate things the same way. The issue that strikes me, there's two or three things that I think I might say, maybe not answering directly all of the issues that were raised, but one issue I want to address your dehumanization question again very briefly, because I may have either slightly misunderstood it or answered it in a way that I would correct, because as the doctor beside me was saying, there has been an issue around the way in which refugees have been portrayed, but I would be careful to emphasize that this is not just in the context of the Syrian war. Countries in Europe, as I indicated, I started working as a refugee and asylum lawyer in 1993, long before this conflict. And one of the issues that we faced was yes, the dehumanization of asylum seekers, or at least the legitimization of asylum seekers, and this wasn't just in the UK, it was throughout I don't mean necessarily by the governments, I mean in popular discourse and tabloid newspapers, all of the rest of it. And that has been a practice in many European countries, at least since then, for a very, very long time. And so it's either a portrayal of refugees as in a variety of categories that are in one way or another either delegitimation or dehumanization. And that is either they are not really fleeing danger, they are economic migrants is the first kind of presentation of it, and then it's reduced into further issues, the kinds that you were talking about, they're a threat to integration, to social cohesion, and even a danger in society because they are not really refugees, they are potential threats to security and potential terrorists, etc. So yes, that the variety of that spectrum, I would say, it's important to be aware of. It's a complex form of delegitimation and dehumanization in different countries that plays to a certain kind of political agenda that is increasingly important in the political realities of very, very many countries. And that was the point I was trying to raise. Whether or not that's addressing one problem or two problems, I don't know. I see them as two sides of the same coin, to be honest, rather than two separate problems. But we can agree to disagree in the presentation of the issue. So I'm not disagreeing that there's an element of dehumanization. I just think it's more historical than just this conflict. But I think also to the point you were saying, yes, there have been material differences in responses to your refugee crisis. Your own situation in Bosnia, there was a very different response to the Bosnian refugee crisis in 1992 and 1993 in relation to a relatively open door policy that we have not seen really in relation to this. And you could argue again that something similar was seen in Ukraine that we have not seen in others. So yes, there are issues around different approaches that one has to explore the reasons for. The issues that I think were mentioned, and I don't know how many, one specific question I'll address in a second, but the thing that I think comes through in a number of the points, both from the ambassador and from Khataiba just now in the previous conversation that Dr. Talal was putting forward, I think it does ultimately come down to organization and voice and strength and a unity of voice and a unity of purpose. And I think, as the ambassador was saying, the problem on a very perfunctory analysis is that so far the strength of that voice and the critical weight of that voice has not been sufficient to move interests in the direction that would resolve the crisis or the conflict or the situation inside Syria. How can that be changed? And that's the answer that you are trying to provide today. That is the issue of re-energizing or creating or developing, frankly speaking, some kind of a movement to do that around the issues that we've been talking about today and that are in the report. I do think there is a way of harnessing those interests and that focus and that voice and purpose with some of the interests of a number of states who are at this stage still struggling to work out how to exercise their influence or to pursue their interests. As I think, again, the ambassador was saying, whether or not we like it, what is both a humanitarian and political crisis has to be resolved and will be resolved through political means. It's not just going to be resolved through humanitarian means. And there is a need to understand, as I think you were actually saying when you were presenting your view about one problem, not two, you have to see it. If you're going to be successful in doing that, you have to see things, however much you find it unpalatable or disagree with or whatever, you have to see it through the lens of the people whose interests are, or how they see their interests as well. And you may not agree with it, or you may deprecate it, or you may think it's unfortunate, whatever it is. But the truth of the matter is that asking others to exercise their influence and to support the kinds of outcomes that we're looking at is going to depend on more than simply a moral commitment. There has to be a political interest there that is to be leveraged, and I think we know what that is. I don't want to oversimplify that issue. I'm not saying that's the only issue on the table for European countries. Some of you mentioned in your comments the issues. I think the professor was talking about a statue to Putin. And the indications there and where focus of various countries is now. You know, one of the conversations that we've had a lot over the last 9 or 10 months is to what degree these issues now playing out in Ukraine affect this conflict. And the honest truth is, at best, I think what we can say is we don't know. The interim conclusion is relatively little at the moment in terms of the position of states, at least publicly, in terms of where they think a change may be occurring or an opportunity may be arising. At this stage, it's not clear in any public pronouncements, at least, that states are changing the way in which they're reflecting on the Syrian situation as a result of the Ukrainian situation. At the same time, one expects that behind the scenes there are at least some conversations going on that say, is there a difference here in the calculus? Is Russia distracted? Is Russia weakened, etc., etc.? And that is something that, frankly, a lot of you on the ground and more connected have a better handle on than some of us. But the reality is, of course, that European states have an interest in that question. So I'm saying it's not just about refugees alone. It's more complicated and more nuanced. But at the moment, it's not at all clear precisely what influence it's practically having on the ground and how that would change. On the third, on the final issue, I think the question Khutaiba has already addressed fairly comprehensively, and I don't think there's much that I can add sensibly to that. I suppose the only issue in reflection on the risks of any solution, and I was mentioning earlier this idea of was mentioned yesterday as a wicked problem, and many of you know what that means technically. And whether or not this is technically a wicked problem is something the theoreticians can debate. But what is clear is that when trying to resolve things like this, any attempt to resolve it has consequences. It's one of the characteristics of wicked problems, right? That any attempt to resolve it has a consequence. So the four baskets approach, the ultimate failure of that approach, that there's a consequence to that. The pursuit of the Constitutional Committee, the ultimate, I think, let's say, stagnation of that, there's a consequence to that. And any pursuit now of these measures, there will be consequences to it. None of these things are value-free, etc. So I think the point that Khutaiba is pointing out and the question of how those are framed is obviously crucial to be very, very clear-eyed about what the potential consequences are of an approach that if we are in a bit of a void in terms of knowing what the content of any of those proposals are. But what has to be clearly understood, of course, is that whatever is done, whatever is put forward, is of course not consequence-free, and that there has to be, it's absolutely incumbent on the people putting forward those ideas to be very, very clear about what the potential consequences are. So I think that's all I could usefully say about that. Whether or not it goes down the line of what the lady was suggesting really depends on the content of the proposals that we don't know right now. But I think that's the most I could say, that it's not consequence-free, and the responsibility of those putting forward the ideas, they have to be very clear-eyed about what those consequences would be. And if it's contradictory of the overall principles, then that, of course, would be a problem.
Thank you, Paul. And the final word from Dr. Talal. Where do we go from here?
Thank you, Rafiq. I just want to say a couple of words. Those of us who don't read the future and learn from it, as being said, they have lost already a big mean of navigating the future. In 2011, when the Dar'an people, brothers and sisters, went to Bashar ask him, they're not asking for something big. They're asking him for accountability for the one who tortured Hamza al-Khatib and killed Hamza al-Khatib. That's it. They're not asking to topple him, to drag him, to take him to prison, to put down his empire. No. Hamza al-Khatib. Because Bashar learned from his doomed father that you never give up for those people at all. If you give up to them one time, you lost, because you gave them the chance to rise again and ask you again, and that means you already lost.
بعد قولي هذا اسمحوا لي أن أعود إلى ما يسمى بعملية السلم. من الذي أنتج هذه العملية؟ إنه مستر
Latinian. It's a big problem. So the best way to handle the problem is to solve it on the long run. That one of them will get tired. One of them will get tired. And whoever get tired first, he lost already. It's already, you could count the years, how many years, over 30 years since the peace process has started. If we are going to start a negotiation with the regime and step to step with what we call it, building confidence and trust, we already lost. If you want to do something, you ask for something big. Get the refugee out of the prison and would like to have all their name, what happened to them, who lost, who you killed, and who left, complete accountability. After you have complete accountability of that, we maybe sit down and talk to you. Before that, for paper, for passport, for renewal, no, we're not going to do that. The second one, and I'll say, this is again an opportunity. And I'm not sure that this opportunity to come to us, you and me in the future, I'm not sure. It may come to your children or your children's children, God forbid. But I'm not sure it will come to me and you. If we don't take this opportunity now and act, I'm not saying to read what we've done, to read what we taught, and I said to act on, and put yourself responsible for it. You're not responsible for it, all of it, but all of us collectively responsible for it. I have a responsibility, you have a responsibility, and you have a responsibility. And each one of us take his responsibility seriously. If we do that, I think we'll succeed. In the next few hours, and especially in the evening, you're being told to have, I've been told there is some kind of general agreement. There is no group will see eye to eye 100%. There's always a minor change. Don't care about minor changes. Don't make big issue about minor changes, but look at the big goal. If the big goal is clear, is crystallized to you, if you feel it's compelling, if you agree with it, go for it. Don't lose the opportunity, because that might not come. And if it doesn't come, you will be responsible and I'll be responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have gone much over time. I know that my boss, Rudena, is going to punish me for it, but I think that the conversation was very important. Without the break, we go into the next session. I invite the moderator, Yasser Al-Farhan, and panelists Linnea Arvidsson, Samer Aldei, Dr. Abdul Hamid Awak, and Nerma Yalacic to come to the panel. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists on Zoom, Kutaiba and Dr. Yasser. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
حديث اوكي. قدم السيشن اسأله. هو قال خلاص المهم حتى الآن شو اوكي تفضل ان شاء الله. طيب اعطونا اشاره ايمتى نبدا. I'm very happy for we are together. There is a question. What do you think? Okay. No. More or less. Okay. السجون هم بالعادة طيب يا جماعة.
Could you give us an indication as to when should we start? Would you kindly ask the participants to come into the room because Ms. Nirma has to travel.
طيب 3 دقائق ونبدأ إذا ممكن.
We'll start in 3 minutes. Can we start now?
جلستنا الحالية.
We will speak of justice, the contribution of justice, paths to providing justice to victims and establishing a safe environment. I will stop here at this title and at the voices of Syrians when they were shouting, Bashar, bye-bye, see you in Lahai. So they knew from the very beginning of the revolution that the solution lies in justice. With their voices, they asked the international community to transfer those criminals to the Criminal Tribunal in The Hague. Up till now, they are still asking for justice. In addition to its being a value in itself, it is a roadmap to reach a just solution to the problem of Syria. We have to hold the criminals accountable, which is a necessity for this not to be repeated. We have to proceed to the justice paths, and we listened to those Syrians asking for justice, and we have to look into the steps taken by the regime. They meant to displace Syrians through a series of steps by prosecuting the activists and by leaking some photos of their being tortured in order to reach a social cohesion, and that's how he can get rid of 50% of the Syrian people, as described by the regime as some microbes. So through this meeting, we will focus on the relationship between the safe environment and the justice paths. We have some panelists with great experience who are present today in order to look into all aspects. And now I give the floor to Ms. Linnea Arvidsson, the UN Commission of Inquiry on Syria, and who has a long experience in documenting the crimes committed in Syria in order for this to be the foundation of pursuing them and prosecuting the criminals for the crimes committed in Syria. She will speak to us on the role of the international community in holding the regime accountable for these crimes.
شكرا جزيلا ياسر. أنا آسفة عندي in English. Apologies for that. Thank you so much, and it's been such a pleasure to be with all of you this yesterday and today, and it's a pleasure for me and also my colleagues from the Commission who are sitting over there to be with you and to speak a little bit about this topic. And as you know, for those of you who do not know us, we were established 11 years ago with a very clear mandate to investigate all alleged violations of international human rights law since March 2011 in Syria. And Talal reminded us that obviously these violations are not new, but our mandate is limited from March 2011 forward, so it's on accountability for those crimes that I will be speaking now. And we are also mandated to support efforts to ensure that perpetrators of these crimes and violations, including crimes against humanity and war crimes, are held accountable. And over the years, nearly 10,000 Syrians have provided their testimonies to the Commission, and we are incredibly grateful to them, because this has been a conflict characterized from the very beginning of disinformation and misinformation. And it is through such primary sources that we have been able to uncover and corroborate violations and abuses. And these witnesses, our witnesses, join many Syrians, and many of you are present here online or in the room, who have been engaged for over a decade in a tireless effort to document violations, and sometimes despite great protection risks to themselves or their families. And all this work has made clear that the warring parties' attempt to resolve this conflict militarily over the last decade has enabled the violation or abuse of nearly every core human right. Parties to the conflict have cumulatively committed almost every single crime against humanity listed in the Rome Statute, and nearly every war crime applicable in a non-international armed conflict. So, to date, the Commission has compiled information on more than 3,200 individual alleged perpetrators. And that includes individuals from all sides of the conflict, including government forces, pro-government forces, anti-government armed groups, and United Nations listed terrorist organizations such as HTS and ISIL. And when we look at the current state of play for accountability for these crimes, it's clear that inside Syria, impunity reigns. As others have said at this meeting, and as we can see also in the roadmap, current Syrian state courts have neither the will nor the capacity to fulfill international obligations to prosecute the perpetrators. And non-state armed groups have also, with very few exceptions, also been unwilling to hold their own members accountable for alleged crimes and violations. And this reluctance to find culpability among one's own forces also extends to the foreign armies that have been operating in Syria. And while we are aware of certain investigations conducted by some governments in relation to potentially unlawful conduct of their own forces, none have resulted in prosecution so far. So this is the picture inside Syria, you could say, and it's bleak. But this is why it's been so encouraging to see the huge creativity with which Syrians have sought ways to get justice outside Syria. And this despite the lack of jurisdiction of the ICC that we're all very aware of. So outside Syria, we've seen universal jurisdiction used in new ways and in new places, coupled with efforts to prosecute perpetrators in the countries where they live. And we've seen, and I'll get to this later, a very first-time use of Article 30 of the Convention Against Torture. And all these initiatives have been spearheaded by innovative Syrians, often refugees, and supported by many present here. And hitherto, in the Commission, together with our partners in the IIIM, we are aware of over 180 distinct criminal investigations that are on in 15 national jurisdictions. And from the Commission side, we have been very happy to support such investigations. And so far, we have ourselves directly participated and cooperated with over 60 distinct criminal investigations and prosecutions, and over 30 more jointly with the IIIM. And these relate to multiple perpetrator groups, including, but not limited to, Syrian military authorities, Syrian authorities operating detention facilities and military hospitals, as well as ISIL and other armed groups. And these efforts are starting to bear fruit now, even if we all know that the main alleged perpetrators obviously remain at large. We've seen the former Syrian intelligence officer found guilty of crimes against humanity committed in Branch 251. We've seen ISIL members convicted for the genocide against the Yazidis. We've seen other armed group members similarly convicted for murder and other crimes. So the list of convictions for crimes committed in Syria is both growing and widening. This, as frustrating as it is to work on this issue, somehow for those of us who have worked on international justice in other contexts and for many years, it is impressive and we should recognize it as such. You can compare it with the work of the ICC, the International Criminal Court. This July, the International Criminal Court celebrated its 20th anniversary. And during those first 2 decades, it had seen 10 convictions. And on Syria, up to now, thanks to the hard work of Syrian and non-Syrian lawyers and witnesses, we've seen 30 convictions already for atrocity crimes, crimes against humanity and war crimes, and countless more convicted, obviously, for terrorism crimes, which we do not engage in from the Commission side. So these are obviously small initial steps. Each prosecution so far and each conviction has only looked at one small part of the puzzle, for instance, branch 251. That's frustrating. What's needed is a much broader approach, obviously. What we need is a real Nuremberg moment for Syria. And all of us who work on this are hopeful that we will see this one day. And perhaps this may come sooner than we think, at least let's hope. And there I want to go back to this innovative complaint under Article 30 of the Convention Against Torture, because it may lead us to at least a kind of Nuremberg moment for Syria sooner than we think. There may be a chance for the world's absolute highest court, the International Court of Justice in The Hague, to consider the crimes against humanity of extermination, murder, torture and rape committed in this vast archipelago of the government's detention facilities that so many Syrians have reported on. And we will support this effort as best we can. And meanwhile, from the Commission side, we have kept recommending to states, and many of those are here today, to continue seeking accountability, continue to invest in effective legislative, investigative, judicial and prosecutorial infrastructure that can help us advance on this. And we've also recommended states to continue to support Syrian refugees in this, because it's striking how so many individual Syrians are committed to contributing to accountability and sharing their personal experiences of crimes at great personal risk to their family members and with no personal gain. This is, incredibly impressive. And the states who host the refugees, because many of these witnesses are refugees, must also make sure that they feel protected at no risk of forced returns, because otherwise you cannot expect for them to feel safe enough to pursue justice, because we know that Syria is not yet a safe place, and least of all for those seeking to promote accountability and to stand up for their human rights. So, as has been said, over these past days, we know, and you may have seen this in our latest report that we released in September, that violations and abuses are still happening now, and the war continues. The front lines may be frozen, but the war is not, and we know that attacks keep claiming civilian lives and damaging key civilian infrastructure also now. Our team is investigating that on a daily basis, and we have spoken a lot about returns. It's very clear that torture and ill treatment in detention and enforced disappearances remain systematic, and they also affect returnees. So both refugees and IDPs, and something that hasn't been spoken about is this also affects Syrian migrant workers, Syrians who may have left way before the conflict started to work in the Gulf and live a normal life, who return. They are also at risk of detention. So it's not just IDPs and refugees, but also others who return home who are at risk of this. So the reality is, as I think Rafiq and many others pointed out yesterday, that the number of refugees voluntarily returning to Syria right now is very small, and it's probably outweighed by the numbers still fleeing. So against this background, besides the classical criminal justice efforts that I've been speaking about, we also need to see restorative justice measures. And to really create a safe environment, the Commission has been advocating for years that more must be done to give independent monitors like the ICRC access to all detention places without exception. That's not the case today. Free the arbitrarily detained, facilitate vital civil documentation, safeguard the rights to housing, land and property, and initiate processes to incentivize the full range of security sector and judicial reforms, including vetting. And many of these measures that we've been advocating for are outlined in the roadmap, and quite eloquently so. So, and one more measure, just as I end, and let me end with this, more must obviously be done to clarify the fate and whereabouts of the tens of thousands of Syrians who are missing or forcibly disappeared. And from the Commission side, we've welcomed very much the clear recommendation that the UN Secretary General has made for an international body to clarify the fate and whereabouts of the missing and disappeared, and to support them and their families. And yesterday, you may have heard that the United Nations General Assembly in New York adopted a resolution on Syria with 90 votes in favor and 14 against, which expresses the General Assembly's intention to take action on this and to ensure that Syrian survivors and families are part in and included in this process. So this is great. This is something that the Commission has been advocating for a long time, but I'll stop here since we have little time, but very happy to take questions on that particular issue, which is something we feel very strongly about in the Commission. Thank you, and I hope I didn't take too much time. Yes.
شكرا جزيلا لينيا نستفيد كثير.
Thank you very much, Linia, and we do appreciate your stance at the General Assembly. And when you say that Syria is not a secure place, and when you ask for having access to all prisons, actually, you have recommended for an international mandate, and this recommendation has been conveyed to the international community, and this is exactly what we need. You have pinpointed the measures to be taken that will give impetus for the return of Syrians to their homes and properties and to their environment, their families, their neighbors, so they can get back to their old home. So it all depends on the mechanisms of accountability. I will give you later the floor, but for now we will hear Mr. Samer Al-Disay. And you have conducted extensive studies with the victims and in the neighboring countries and in the camps. You have listened to them, and there were many concerns expressed by the Syrians which have to do with crimes against humanity and crime wars. So the impunity is the main obstacle to their return. Also, the crimes that have been committed has been thoroughly studied. So my question here, what do you think we need in order for the Syrians to return? What is the mechanism that would play a pivotal role in order to reach the transitional justice? Thank you. I speak today on behalf of Mr. Samer Al-Diai, who hasn't been able to be with us. The most important feeling is the feeling of security, and this could be only achieved by justice, through justice and accountability. There has been a lot of manipulations of these practices. Many of the Syrian organizations, it was a means of gaining a living for many organizations, and this has harmed all the efforts of reconciliation and accountability. For example, my friend who is a dentist, it's not your work to establish this association, but if you want to do so, you could have resorted to the Syrian lawyers and who have the experience in this field. But because of the length of the conflict in Syria, we, as the Free Syrian Lawyers Association, We were concerned about the witnesses who would be, who might face detention. So that is why we started from the early stages and in a very legal way to preserve and maintain such evidence according to the international legal criteria. We have thousands, or rather millions, of videos that are available on social media, which could be considered as evidence and that can take the Assad regime to courts. But unfortunately, such videos were not legally maintained and preserved. It could be a tool, but not a legal evidence of conviction. So in our association, we endeavored to see justice through the lens of victims. Those victims, whether they are survivors, families of victims, they are our compass in order for us to reach justice. Not only to reach justice, but they are our guide to the application of law. So we have cooperated with many of them, the many survivors, the families of martyrs, and we invited them to attend our meetings and to speak of what they think is the optimal way of achieving justice. So we gave them the floor in all transparency and without any falsification. We did not raise our expectations. We didn't raise some slogans like bye-bye Bashar, see you in La Haye, and up till today we can see Bashar still there. There have been 180 hearings held with those survivors and family members undertaken by legal staff. So we discussed the contribution of justice paths and the investigation commissions, the neutral mechanism, and the paths, the justice paths in European countries with jurisdiction. We believed that those victims should know what is happening and what is taking place in the international community, and for them to realize how could they achieve their own goals. Our studies indicated that the arbitrary detention was the main crime. These violations were not perpetrated by the Syrian regime only, but all armed parties existing or present on the Syrian soil. For example, there were many cases of paralysis.
هذا الكلام ثقيل على القلب حقيقة عندما
disfigured cases. But we were having these gatherings, and we have got into contact with 1,800 persons. At the beginning, they refused any amnesty against those perpetrators. What is strange is that the notion of revenge was prevalent. All of them, they wanted to take revenge. But after dialogue with the specialists, we have reached the conclusion that they prefer to pursue and prosecute the perpetrators. So we asked them whether you want to prosecute them at the international level or at the local level. So they said that they have no confidence in the Syrian justice and the Syrian courts, so they wanted to prosecute the perpetrators in international tribunals. So they want to hold those perpetrators to the Syrian courts. We tried to convey how to document these acts, but most of them said that they know how to do it. They can take a video. But when we explained it, they realized that they do not have all these tools. So in conclusion, I will give you some signals or some indications that we have reached. Most of the violations, the biggest ones are the detention, confiscation of properties, and forced disappearances. The destruction of properties were 17%, and the targeting local areas was 10%. And those through those 1,800 persons we met with, the Syrian, the state forces that are the ones responsible for those violations. Then the opposition factions also were responsible for 6.2%. And then the Nusra faction was responsible for 3.8%. But as for the ability of those people to reach tribunals, 69% are not able to reach those tribunals. As for the physical injuries and the harms, 50% of them were subjected to such harms. And I will give you a small part of the testimony by one of the survivors. We called them Maha. My name is Maha from Ma'arat al-Nawar. I was detained in one of the checkpoints of Homs. I was taken to the criminal security center, and I was subjected to many violations, and they started hitting and beating me, and I was put in an underground cell, and with many other women who were subjected to sexual abuses. And that's what I have been told by those women. So today I am suffering from what I'm suffering in terms of psychological harms and physical harms. Yasmin says they have used heating, beating with cables, the use of cold water in order for me to admit to other acts. These are very harsh realities, and I cannot pursue it. It's very painful. Thank you very much. I thank you for listening to all these testimonies, and this will take us to Ms. Nirma, who has documented a lot of crimes in Syria. She has a long experience in transitional justice, and she has a lot of experience, and we would like to know what are the strategies that are considered important for the documentation of such crimes. How do you plan to convey those documentations to prosecution so that the Syrians would be aware of the great efforts deployed? Because they're still wondering, are they going to be conveyed or will they be kept in the drawers? Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser, and thank you everyone for such a great discussion over the past 2 days. I've been listening and learning with so much interest, as my work is usually behind the scenes and I don't get to meet so many of you in the conferences and elsewhere. So let me start by saying that Syria is one of the most documented conflicts in modern history. And I say this with a lot of experience I've had in this and conflict starting from my own country, Bosnia, and onwards. So from the 90s, when Bosnia started, to the 2011 start of the Syrian conflict, we have not seen the level of documentation and of innovation and of collaboration where the private actors, citizens, civil society, Syrians have contributed to the actual knowledge about the crimes that they have been subjected to over the past decade. And this is really crucial because in many conflicts, we've had to wait until after those crimes were committed to actually start truly working on the collection of the evidence necessary for the criminal accountability efforts. So this is what puts Syrians and Syria on advantage, right? We already know what crimes have happened, what crimes are happening. As we've heard from COI, tens of thousands of witness testimonies have been taken. SNHR, Fadel was here yesterday, has been working in this area, Syrian Lawyers Association, as well as many others in this room and not in this room, have been collecting the evidence about the crimes. What we've learned in the courtrooms since Bosnia and onwards is what is that crucial piece of evidence that needs to connect these crimes to those who are responsible, not to the perpetrator who holds the gun, not the one who does the torture, but to collect those crimes to the individuals who are hundreds of kilometers away for the crime scenes, people like Bashar al-Assad, and the leadership, let's say, of the security apparatus that hoovered up the protesters into the detention centers and disappeared them and tortured them, killed them. And for that, we need linkage evidence. This is what we've learned, as I say, in Yugoslav Tribunal, in the Rwanda Tribunal, in a lot of judicial architecture in The Hague that we have walked through. And this is the information that comes usually through the documents. It comes through the perpetrator's own words, if you will, or writing in this case. So this is what CIJA, my organization, has focused on since 2011, collecting the documents that allows us to fill the gaps in this puzzle that the civil society and international community have built since the beginning. So 10 years later, and we were not meant to be here for 10 years, we were only meant to do this for 2 years and hand it over to the ICC, which back then was a discussion of a referral of the Syrian situation to the ICC. So the idea was collect now so that they can start with the advantage of having the evidence and just drawing up the indictments when they're ready. But of course, the political developments were such that they didn't allow for this to happen. So since then, CIJA has, and when I say CIJA, I mean the men and women who are Syrians who work on our Syrian teams still inside Syria, collected over 1.3 million of documents. Majority of this is the Syrian regime documentation produced by the security apparatus, different security intelligence agencies, but also, you know, popular committees, the international defense forces, some Syrian Arab army, documentation, etc. Documents that are so crucial in current and future cases, but also in a wider question that the wider transitional justice effort of the Syrians has to deal with. Because these documents don't only tell the story of how these crimes were masterminded from the top down, but also the stories of the many disappeared and the many activists who were wanted and arrested and whose names go through these documents. So the problem we had was not that we couldn't find the evidence, but what could we do with it? Because obviously in 2014, 2015, it became clear that the ICC is not something that is going to happen. And we often hear in these Geneva conferences that this is because of the Russians and the Chinese, but the actual truth is that even the Western governments really didn't push enough for this. So the ICC referral didn't happen. But even by 2015, the crimes we've seen in Syria have been of such heinous nature, to such level, that the ICC could have never done it justice. So we've seen maybe just a little effort to talk about establishment of a special court dedicated to Syria, whether it's international or hybrid at any level, but there was no appetite to discuss this. There was no appetite at the international level to see something like this added to the judicial architecture. And it's not necessarily only because they didn't care or because they failed Syria so badly, but also because of the bad experiences they have had with previous conflicts. So we remained with these documents and unable to do anything with them. And that's when, in 2015, we started talking to the European law enforcement, trying to involve them in actually arresting some of the individuals who have penetrated the refugee floors as perpetrators, pretending to be victims, and trying to get them to act on this evidence and arrest them. But again, this is a very slow and painful process. Again, the international community was short-sighted. I remember very well conversations in 2015 when, as we are NGO, our donors said, well, we can't use the evidence and the people to help European courts because it's not helping Syrians. But that's the only place in which the Syrians can go and present that evidence at the moment. So it took a year or so to actually get that support. Of course, today we are seeing a completely different picture, but I want to draw attention to how long these efforts take place. We've seen and we've heard some of those cases mentioned now. We've seen only a couple, unfortunately, of the regime officials put on trial. Majority of the cases we've had are either Daesh or opposition, armed opposition cases. So other than Raslan, trial in Koblenz and now the Dr. Allah in Frankfurt, we haven't seen the Syrian officials. And Raslan, you know, he's a low, medium ranking individual at the colonel level. But even that case, I can say we started working with the Germans in 2016, 2017 on that case. It was only 2019 that the arrest and the court case started, and it was only in 2022 that the judgment was issued. So even when you have resolved the problem of, well, where are my perpetrators that I need to put on trial? So you find Raslan, it still takes 5-6 years. And then you have the opposite, where we actually had a higher ranking individual, Brigadier General Khalid al-Halabi, who was head of General Intelligence Department in Raqqa until the Daesh took over in 2013. And we found him in Austria. And we told them in January 2016, here is the evidence, and he's there. And where are we now? At the end of 2022, and al-Halabi was not arrested. And in fact, what the Austrians did, when we came and told them, they actually sent their spies to look for our headquarters, because our headquarters are secret because of the information that we hold. So it shows, you know, that even in Europe, where we talk a lot about international community and how they act with this, at least on the Western side, with one voice, there isn't. There's a lot of division and short-sightedness, there's politics, and of course there is a slowness. I think from the law enforcement perspective, and I'll speed up here now, we are cooperating with 15 countries in Europe and supporting the prosecution efforts. And there's a lot going on in the background, but it's slow. And they don't have resources. They are small. Most of these war crimes units are still dealing with the cases from Bosnia, as well as Syria. It's only Germany, I think maybe one or two other countries that actually have people dedicated to the Syrian question in their war crimes units. And this slows down that effort. And even if that worked, it's not enough. It's not enough because accountability really is not on the agenda anymore of discussions. I am not involved in day-to-day political discussions or negotiations, etc. But I have not seen voices raised clearly and loudly regarding the need for justice, the need for accountability, the need for leadership to be held responsible for those crimes for many years now. Maybe in the first 2 years or 3 years, yes, Bashar al-Assad has to answer for what he has done. Who says that now, really? And we've heard, I believe, some of the speakers yesterday talking about European diplomats telling her, well, you know, we have to give Bashar a chance, because what else is there left for us to do? So these are the questions, and I speak as a Bosnian, as somebody who's lived through a war. These are the questions that cannot be allowed to remain unanswered. So I think what is lacking and what we need to hear is, you know, the more demand for justice, because that the architecture for this evidence that has been collected by so many different actors needs to be put in place so that these trials take place, so that these individuals are held accountable, because the evidence is there. I've worked in many, many conflicts and with people much more well-known and well-rounded than me in this area, and I have never seen a war better documented than this one. We know and we can prove who did what, but we just need that place to do so. When I say we, I mean we, all of us. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا نيرما.
Thank you very much, Nirma. And we'll get back to the judicial measures and procedures and the impact of and the necessity to have an evolution. And now we will hear Dr. Abdel Hamid Awaq, being a professor of constitutional law, and he was present, and he knows the loopholes and gaps, and how can we get justice. And actually, he has participated mainly in writing up this roadmap to a safe environment in Syria. Please, you have the floor. Good evening, everyone. Before referring to what has been mentioned by Mr. Yasser, I would like to speak of the safe environment which we came for. We, as refugees, we are the ones to put the roadmap to a safe environment in Syria. According to Resolution 2254, we are the ones who are supposed to put down. I have to identify the freedom. I am the one to identify the conditions of a safe environment. I know what was the expelling environment that existed in Syria. How can we get back to a safe environment? On this premises, we have laid down this summary of the roadmap to a safe environment in Syria. After this session, this safe environment will be a vital document for the Syrians to identify their conditions and their demands. There have been many demands in order to reform the state institutions. We cannot come back in the presence of all these structures of the regime. And among the institutions that need to be reformed is the judiciary. So who will protect the safe environment? Who is the guardian? The guardian is the judiciary, and I was part and parcel of this judiciary. In 14th of November 2014, I was summoned by the security organs to be investigated and detained. Since then, I was the chief judge of the court. So I asked the question, who is in a position to protect me? It is the judiciary that has to protect all Syrians. After a while, I was compelled to leave. So what was my crime? My crime was that the arbitrary detention should not be practiced by the regime. That was my only crime. Arbitrary detention is the detention that is not based on the law. And when you exercise your rights, you can be faced with arbitrary detention. When I take part in a demonstration, I could be detained for it. And so this is why we are having questions as to the soundness of this institution, the judiciary, the structure. Many Syrians make a big mistake when they consider that this is a contemporary dictatorship. Therefore,
القضائية من الدستور. العقيدة الدستورية.
And this is how autocracy came to be. We do not have the executive powers. We don't have the three powers in Syria. We only have the executive and the legislative. And here we have to identify the separation between these powers. So the absence of one of these powers will defeat the other. I would kindly ask the speaker to slow down for the interpreter to be able to interpret him.
أعضاء مجلس القضاء الأعلى المتحكم، مجلس القضاء الأعلى يتحكم بكل مصير القضاة. فهنا مجلس القضاء الأعلى تغولت عليه السلطة التنفيذية بالكامل. يلا مصطلحات يجوز. انا والله حاسس حالي حيل اتكلم ببطء فيجوز المصطلحات.
I'm trying to be slow, but maybe it is the terms that I'm using. So this excessive domination led to having all these judges under the executive power, because they're the ones who are penalizing you, giving you licenses. Also, the Minister of Justice oversees the prosecution. What happened in Syria is that the composition of the judges, they are under the authority of the Attorney General. But the Minister of Justice is governing the appointment of judges and the degree of the independence. As for the relationship with the legislative power, so either they issue internal domestic resolutions, or they suggest some practices so that there will be no conflict between the two. And the judiciary also should have sovereignty. They should oversee these courts.
بالتالي السلاح الذي يجب أن تمتلكه السلطة القضائية غير موجود لدى السلطة التشريعية، وسلاح السلطة التشريعية موجود بأريحية. والسلطة التشريعية
The legislative authority is governed by the Ba'ath Party, and so they are in control. When it comes to the independence of the judge, it should be complete so that I can exercise my mandate. But since the first very moment, the Supreme Judiciary Council is supervising the judges. So you feel that during the term of service, you are in a conflict with the executive power, because you are paying the price for this. You are the one who is responsible for this. I remember that the Attorney General came to tell us that, and this was in 2003, he said that the Syrian state looks at the judiciary as being the enemy of the state. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine that they are considering us the enemy of the state? So the whole judiciary is an authority that is considered as enemy for the state. So they wanted to cast doubts on the judiciary. All Syrians and those who lived in Syria have you ever heard any criticism against the security organs? Of course not. But always criticism is directed against the judiciary so that they could shake the trust of the Syrians in the judiciary. There is also the extraordinary courts. Of course, there was difficulty in having control over those courts in Hasaka, Homs, and other places. And now I go back to the field courts. When we had the events of the 80s, these courts became permanent instead of temporary, and they could have control over all parts of the society, not only the military. So even the aggression against properties, usually the judge, together with those working in the agricultural properties institution, they go and they're all extraordinary. So all these institutions cannot be resorted to, and they cannot protect the Syrian citizen. Actually, some judges had big conflicts with the security organs. So when we speak of safe environment in Syria, if we had time, we could have spoken at length about these security organs. These institutions, we have laid down all the reforms necessary for this document on safe environment. And before asking the return of refugees, you have to ask Bashar to reform these institutions. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdel Hamid. Thank God that you have left safely Syria, because you have attended so many instances. And for example, Naif al-Rafa'i, who has worked in Syria, and when he was when he considered these files, he was sent a piece of paper so that with instructions for him as to how to proceed with these cases. And he eventually was detained, and according to the testimony of his family, he was detained in a room, and he was aggressed upon, and he was later on liquidated or killed. And this is a fact. And that is why we are trying to rectify these conditions. We still have half an hour, and I would kindly ask the colleagues to abide by 3-minute interventions. Ms. Linia, you have submitted a recommendation to transfer the file to ICC. So what do you think the preconditions for a safe environment in Syria? We know that there are many obstacles in establishing this commission, but in your opinion, can we reach this conclusion? I heard that you have a list including 200 personalities that were involved in crimes against the prisoners. So if they speak, do you think that this will be a deterrent to stop such crimes? And could the commission could be a general prosecutor in an international tribunal? That's the question.
Thank you, Professor. I'm not sure if I understood the question fully, but at least you know it was. You didn't. Yeah. Sorry, the translation. I missed the translation a bit on your question. Did anyone hear it? Yeah.
طيب أنا أريد أن
I would like to ask you a question. You
هذا بقلبي الروسي.
The commission of inquiry at a certain point in time had all the evidence. Is there a possibility that this commission, this UN commission, becomes the prosecution for a court on Syria? Is there a possibility that this could be done?
Tricky question. That's obviously not for the Commission to decide. But as I mentioned, we do have hugely extensive evidence collected, both us and, as CJ also mentioned, the IIIM. So all of this information is there. I mentioned the 3,200 alleged perpetrators that we have gathered information on. And the Commission decided very early on, now 7 years ago, I think, that we do share such information when we have consent by the sources who provided us with the information, with any national jurisdictions or other jurisdictions, including an international court if it's ever created, as long as those courts and those jurisdictions abide by fundamental international law principles of due process and fair trial. So we will of course do that the day when such a process is put in motion, and we are already doing it with the processes that are in motion, as I said. I don't know if I got your question fully, but thank you.
نعم شكرا جزيلا لك.
Thank you very much, Linya. The other question is, you have a list of accused people. The names are clear who gave orders of killings. Are you in a position to announce this list in order for these crimes not to be repeated?
Oh, thank you. You mean to make this list public? We cannot do. The simple reason for that is that we are not a court. We are a commission of inquiry. And the presumption of innocence dictates that we cannot come out with such a list unless these perpetrators have been confirmed as such through a regular judicial process, which we are not. So unfortunately, we cannot make the list public as such, but it's there for such processes to rely on upon request. Thank you.
شكرا لينيا.
Thank you, Linya. I will move on to Nirma now in order to pursue this subject. You have worked at the CIJA and you have participated in many practices. So what do you think are the mechanisms at the international and national levels in order to stop any impunity? And are you sharing these information with the IIM or with any of the UN mechanisms? That's the question.
Thank you, Yasser. Well, I'll start with the last question. Yes, everything that we have collected to date has been shared with the IIM, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we also work directly with law enforcement in these 15 countries that are investigating the crimes committed, and the people they are investigating mainly come, it's 50-50, but if we look at the types of requests we get, 50% maybe about regime crimes and 50% regarding Daesh crimes. So it's important to be able to see that this evidence is already finding itself to some investigations and some cases. Unfortunately, there are not so many cases. What we need to see, obviously, in the immediate term, we need to see more cases where they are possible. And at the moment, they are only possible in Europe, where we can find potential perpetrators to be indicted and put on trial and the evidence presented. So I think what we need there in that immediate term is we need to see a bit of strategic approach. There are a lot of pressure groups and NGOs that are working in this advocacy area, asking for more cases, but we need to see a strategic approach. And in my opinion, and I'll explain why I think the cases in Europe should try and focus on higher ranking individuals where we can find them. And why is this important? I'll use again the case of Raslan as an example. That case was not only important because of who Anwar Raslan was. As we know, he was head of investigations in the General Intelligence Department, Branch 251. But that case allowed us to present from CIJA alone 600 documents that showed how that unit was controlled from top down. And what is important in that judgment is not only that part which says Anwar Raslan is guilty. What's important is the part before that, where the court sets the context and says these crimes were not committed in isolation. They were part of a systematic campaign spearheaded by Bashar Assad and his men and controlled from top down. And this is why this type of evidence you can only present in the cases where the individual held some level of responsibility. So you want to show where in that system of the bureaucracy of torture they stood. This is why it would have been great to have Al-Halabi case in Vienna or elsewhere, but we didn't have that case. There are more people like that, but we have a problem. There's only a limited number of potential Syrian regime perpetrators in Europe. Because if you, as you know, conflict much better than I, when they were leaving the regime in 2011, 12, 13, maybe a little bit in 2014, after Russia got involved, nobody left anymore because the regime was winning again, right? So the people we can find here are the ones who committed crimes in the early years, not the ones who are committing crimes from 2015 to now. And that is also an important thing to bear in mind, because the question of justice is not just about the early years, it's about all those years. And that's when I said earlier, I don't see accountability talked about. I don't see it on the agendas of different, UN meetings, diplomatic negotiations, etc., etc. And it needs to be added there. It needs to be not because there is an answer now, but it needs to be demanded as a crucial aspect, because justice is, as we see in this report, in the roadmap, justice is one of the crucial preconditions that people want to see. No one wants to live in their town or village again and walk among the people who killed their son, or torture them. So how is that going to be dealt with? It needs to be part of this conversation now. And what I fear has happened is that it has been pushed out, that we're using this European and universal jurisdiction cases as a fig leaf to forget talking about what comes next.
شكرا جزيلا نيرما.
Thank you very much, Nirma. And now I get back to you, Mr. Asif. With regard to the courts that have been that exist in Europe. Now I would like to ask you about the other mechanisms that are adopted by the Human Rights Council. If you can just give me in a couple of minutes an idea about what is happening. As a matter of fact, the international mechanisms available for Syrians are completely locked. The ICC is completely locked, and the only mechanism is the European courts with international jurisdiction. So we, as Free Syrian Lawyers Association, we adopted and we supported many cases. For example, Ala Musa, Raslan, Khalid al-Halabi in Austria. And we are a part and parcel of these cases, and we have submitted a lot of testimonies to CIJA, to the IIIM, to Investigation Commission, and we took part in writing up the map regarding the criminals in Syria, for example, the areas, the political media, the structure, the hierarchies, the hierarchy of orders. And actually, we are always working with the dissidents in Syria. We try to take the biggest amount of information so that we can identify the hierarchy of the security organ and how to receive the orders and how the orders are proceeding. Moreover, what we have as Syrians, the only option we have as Syrians is to send these notifications to the Free Syrian Lawyers Association submitted 20,000 files of forced disappearances. And we are sending notifications and demands to the Commission, and we ask all the international authorities for them to be put before their responsibility. We, as Syrians, we have to depend on ourselves. We should not wait for the international community. We should not wait. We have to take the lead. I am kindly asking each and every Syrian, the associations of victims, all those working in the legal field, we have to be unified, we have to coordinate our efforts in order for this file of detainees and the victims of violations, in order for them to reach and to get their rights. We as Syrians, we are capable of doing this, but we have to lead this legal file. We understand the nature of our people, our laws, so the lead has to be Syrian. We can benefit from the Bosnian experience, from other experiences, but we should not remain in competition or in conflict, but we should coordinate our efforts. Thank you.
طيب نتوقف فقط مع الدكتور عبد الحميد ولدينا نصف ساعة.
We still have half an hour, so we would like to hear from you about the independent court and the independent judiciary within this roadmap to a safe environment in Syria. Actually, this document is directed to the international community in order to improve this situation, because we ask the international community to start the reform process. With regard to the judiciary, we have to strengthen the independence of the judiciary according to the Constitution, and we asked for the Supreme Judiciary Council should be consisting of all judges, and for the budgets also has to be undertaken by the Judiciary Council. There are many articles in the Constitution in order to abolish all these exceptional courts. All the judiciary authorities should be affiliated to the Supreme Judiciary Council so that we have one authority, and all should be under the supervision of this council. the exceptional courts should be confined to the military only. The field courts should be completely abolished. We also need a huge number of judges, and there should be specialized courts regarding the properties and the real estates. We have completely explained all these points in the document. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abdelhamid, for this summary. And now I will give the floor to all participants who would like to comment or to pose a question. I'll take 3 from this side and 3 from the other side. So you have the floor, sir.
Question goes to maybe Commissioner of Inquiry and Syria, those working on documentation directly. You know, there are many people in this room probably working on documentation as well. So what would you recommend Syrians working on documentation on how to improve their efforts? Like, where do you see the most important gaps in the current documentation efforts? I don't mean like specifically, obviously, for cases, but generally in the methodology, in the approach, in some topics that you see are undercovered. Thank you.
شكرا سيليا تفضل يا
Thank you. You have the floor, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, I want to address a question to the UN Commission of Inquiry on Syria. As you said, you have requested to have access to prisons. But even before the conflict in Syria, when Syria endorsed the CAT, they had the reservations on the access of any inquiry commission to prisons. And as we all know, they can manipulate some parts of. So what do you envisage to do with regard to have access? Virginia. Thank you all. As we are here to present a roadmap to the international community on a safe environment in Syria, after many Syrians have called for return. And this actually is a prerequisite for a safe environment. The justice, the realization of justice and as we all know, there is no independence for the judiciary under Bashar or any autocratic regime. So the creation of a safe environment necessitates some international input. We as Syrians, we are aware for the ICC, it needs to be according to a Security Council resolution, but the general prosecutor of the ICC has a mandate. We have submitted tons of documents. Even the UN Commission of Inquiry has proven the responsibility of the regime when it comes to the use of chemical weapons. And this was included in the UN resolutions. Moreover, Mr. Haytham Al-Maleh has submitted a full report. So what are the real reasons behind Is it the interests of some countries? And I address this question to Linya or Nirma. Is there a true independence? Of course, we understand the autocratic regimes, but even at the level of the prosecutor general, who has tons of documents, because all those efforts that have been deployed led to pursuing or prosecuting one or two persons. So we need hundreds of years in order for us to be able to apply justice. And now that the international community is asking for the return of Syrians, how could this be done? Article 27 of the UN Charter says that, provides that each country has one vote, whereas the Security Council takes its resolutions by no votes. So how could you let Russia votes or cast votes, whereas it is a party to this conflict? So all this is in contradiction with the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you. Please address the questions related to the work of the UN Commission of Inquiry. These are some decisions taken by the governments. It's not within the prerogative of the UN Commission of Inquiry. I will give her the floor, but the presentation of draft resolutions, the draft resolutions are proposed by countries and not by the UN Commission of Inquiry, because they're not members of the Security Council. You are the messengers of justice, so I give you the floor, sir. Everyone is asking the two fine ladies, but I will ask Dr. Abdelhamid a question. And I will ask all those who took part in preparing this document. God bless you all. My question is as follows. During the brainstorming for this document, so you as a judge, did you think of the political impediments and obstacles? We know what we want. Every national activist, they want, and they know what they want. But the question is, how do I reach that point? When you were taking part in this brainstorming for this roadmap, were you involved in how to achieve this? Are we only asked to convince the strong powers? Dr. Mazen, for example, he is talking about establishing a platform for the national Syrian action. But he meant a different point. The nations are owned by its citizens, so Mr. Mazen is a true fighter. So I ask you, as a specialist in the field, have you ever thought of some mechanisms that have never been used so far? Thank you. Dr. Mazen, you have the floor.
Well, since it's highly unlikely for the Syrian file to be referred to the International Criminal Court, the ICC, there have been some initiatives to create alternative litigation processes at the international level. One of these initiatives, which my organization is also involved with, is, to put it simply, something like a treaty-based special tribunal for specific crimes committed in Syria, separate from the Rome Statute. So I was hoping to hear your initial thoughts on such initiatives or processes. What are the advantages or disadvantages in your expert opinion? Thank you.
شكرا أستاذ مازن أكتفي.
Thank you, Mr. Mazen, and I will only add one question that I received on the internet, and he is asking about the step-for-step approach, and do you think that this approach will contribute to the creation of a safe environment? So now I will give the floor to Ms. Linia. We, all Syrians have great trust in you. That's why they are asking you regarding all the institutions of the United Nations. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Yasser, and thank you all for these questions. I think I took notes and will try to cover as many as I can. Let me start with the last one, perhaps, about expressing the frustration with the UN Security Council being the only entity that can refer a case to the ICC when the state itself has not subscribed to the ICC jurisdiction. This is a frustration, of course, for all of us who work in this field, but it's the nature of the beast. It's how it was set up, and hard for us to change now. There was a very interesting initiative back in 2015 led by Mexico and France, which tried to achieve a political declaration on the suspension of veto powers in the cases of mass atrocity. And I know that my boss at the time, the High Commissioner, was very much in favor of this, and many of us in the UN were in favor, but unfortunately it didn't come to be. So we're still stuck in this situation. And I know I've heard from many that there's been huge frustration seeing the ICC in the very early days of Ukraine going into the country with dozens of prosecutors, tons of staff, being able to be on the ground in Ukraine and do the things that we always wanted the ICC to be able to do in Syria. Why could they do that? Because Ukraine had provided ICC with jurisdiction. Syria obviously has not. So our hands are tied on this. Another case I worked on previously, before working on Syria, was Myanmar. Very interesting case where you had a genocide against the Rohingya, ethnic cleansing against the Rohingya in Rakhine State, a small part of Myanmar. Obviously, Myanmar had not ratified the Rome Statute, didn't want to see any jurisdiction for the ICC. But in a very interesting case, it was, which is currently still ongoing, the fact that so many Rohingya had been deported from Myanmar into Bangladesh in a situation where Bangladesh had given ICC jurisdiction, the ICC are able to look at least that aspect of those events in Rakhine State. So there may be once a possibility to provide the ICC jurisdiction, but until then, it's really thanks to the Syrian refugees who have had the hugely creative ideas and the many initiatives that you mentioned also, to use universal jurisdiction. That is, we have that, let's keep using it. And as I mentioned, the little known complaint under Article 30 of the Convention Against Torture, which may lead to at least torture coming up before the ICJ in The Hague, which is a really big deal and something that would be hugely important. So we're trying as best we can in the frustration, in the frustrating scene that, international accountability is to a certain extent. Then you had a question concerning access. The Commission has advocated for a long time for access, and we all know that the ICRC has access today, but it's partial. They have access to ADRA, They have access to prisons where people are not held incommunicado. They do not have access to the places where people are held incommunicado, and they need to have that access. And hopefully that can be the case. And what we're also hoping is for the other actors who also operate detention facilities in Syria, in the north, in the northwest, in the northeast, to also provide such access. Because the fact of the matter is that in no area of Syria, be it within or outside the government's control, is there full access for the ICRC and independent monitors. And that's why we see incommunicado detention being used across the country, which needs to stop. And obviously, I mean, it's in the Hulmi, that's to have access for the Commission, but unfortunately that is not the case yet, even though we're still seeking such access. And then your question on undercover topic, which is so important. You were saying, Norma, that Syria may be the most documented conflict in recent years, and that may be the case, but there are still topics which aren't covered enough. And I would venture to say recent events, huge efforts went in to document the events in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2015. Are we able to document as well right now the situation in Syria across the country? You know that when the refugee flows ceased, that also pulled away a huge source for us and for others who document. And we know that it's quite hard to document violations now inside Syria when people are not able to leave the country to tell their stories, when we know that they are at risk, when we know that their families are at risk. And all of us operate first and foremost by the do no harm principle, meaning that sometimes we don't dare to document violations that we suspect have existed because we're too afraid to put the sources at risk. So I think that is what's going on today. That's a gap, actually. And we all need to be, I think, creative in order to document that in a way that's effective and safe. So I would say that as one of the gaps. Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لينيا. Thank you very much. The organizers asked me to close the meeting, but I will give you the floor just for 1 minute. You have the floor, madam.
Okay, I have 3 questions in 1 minute. So I think there is one thing that binds these issues together. What kind of documentation is missing? The statement about how long this takes, hundreds of years, and there are thousands of perpetrators, and about treaty-based and alternative courts. I think one thing that comes to my mind, and again from experiences in other conflicts, is that we have to be very realistic about what we can achieve with criminal accountability alone, because accountability is a much wider concept than criminal accountability of individuals being put on trial and put in jail. There is a lot of other things that need to be done in order for people to feel that, the accountability has been achieved, from knowing the truth about what's happened to all these records being known and these records being employed for the purposes of, for example, resolving the question of missing and the disappeared, which is increasingly on the agenda now. So I think I say this because you don't need to document everything now. Certain things you can only know after the war ends. We cannot always know everything now. So I think we've achieved already a lot. We should always strive for more, but I wouldn't create more and more and more documentation efforts when there are so many others that really need our, not our, Syrian attention even more, because it's not something CJ is involved in. But for example, the question of the missing and the disappeared, which is so, so, so crucial, and again, can be answered through some of these documents that the different organizations have put together. So the important thing is not to lose hope, but to understand that this is it's not a sprint, right? It's a marathon. These things take time. Like the war in my country, I left my town 30 years ago, and I was never able to go back other than when I went to look for the war criminals from it to put them in jail. But the point is that to this day, these people are being put on trial, and we have to be prepared for that in Syria, that these trials, once they start, hopefully in more in bigger numbers, they are going to be going on for as long as we can find the people, right, to put on trial. But perpetrators will die, victims are dying already. You know, it's these are the sad facts of the fight for accountability and the fight for impunity. So I would just encourage people not to lose hope, because it does take time, and to be prepared for the long run, because it is a long fight, but not to give up though, and not to let it be forgotten as a, well, accountability. Let's get peace first, and then we'll talk about justice. We know that that's not what functions. That is not what makes a functional state after the war is over.
No, no, not from here. Which the photo is not yes. Which is your input here? Input HDMI. No, it's not possible. Yes, HDMI. No, in video capture. USB.
حقيقة السؤال اللي سأله الدكتور هو هذا السؤال. يعني ايه عم بدك انت تقوم به بدك تربط الحالة السياسية بالوضع السياسي. الوضع السياسي سوي. What is deactivate? فالموضوع يعني تاخذ عن الضغط ما تشتغل شيء او انه لكن انا حقيقة هو دخل بالاعماق يعني قال انه انت تعبر. انا دائما احلم بقضية انه ابحث الان في ظل هذا التشرذم وفي ظل هذه الاوضاع الداخليه والقيادات السياسيه الداخليه والاوضاع الدوليه ابحث عن حاله تجمع السلطه.
I think the problem is
انطلق من خلاله لبناء شيء هو الذي يصبح يخاطب المجتمع. سواء حقيقه يعني اليوم ما يعني السوريين يجتمعون على هكذا. يعني السوريين
all the points included in this roadmap. For example, they are unified, but their united stance could lead to a political platform. And through all these, we can reach the international community. This is my main concern. Oh, that was my main concern. Thank you. The step-for-step approach is only another attempt to extend the life of the Syrian regime. This regime will never accept any concession, because this will lead to the downfall of this regime. Any reform means the downfall of the structure. So the file of detainees should be away from the dirty hands of the politicians, not to lose such documents. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I wish to thank all those attendants, and we apologize for this delay in the closing session, but thank you very much all.
شكرا جزيلا لكم. شكرا
Thank you very much for your attendance and presence. Argo, I kindly ask you to delete this QR code. Please do that.
Present for being with us in the past couple of days, yesterday and today. I just would kindly ask you to scan this QR code for you to answer the questions in our survey, and it's really very important for us that you answer these questions. Now I would like to ask Dr. Talan Sumbali to kindly to invite him to kindly deliver the closing statement. أود أن أدعو الدكتور طلال سنبلي لإلقاء الكلمة الختامية. شكرا.
بسم الله. السيدات والسادة، هذه هي الكلمة الختامية لهذا المؤتمر.
Dear guests and all who have taken part online and followed this important conversation over the last 2 days, thank you for contributing to this momentous event. The message of this conference is clear: safe, voluntary, and dignified return that achieves justice and sustainable peace, the safe and neutral environment referred to in the context of UN Resolution 2254 of displaced Syrian. And it's the foundation of any sustainable solution for the Syrian crisis. The ramifications of these approach are clear for all to see in the increasing numbers of Syrians desperately trying to flee Syria itself and certain host countries. The absence of a safe environment as defined by Syrians themselves is the main obstacle stopping displaced Syrians from returning to their homes, and hence the main impediment facing any comprehensive and sustainable political solution that would also address the other main issues such as detainees, war crimes, and human rights violations. Determining the conditions for a safe environment by the Syrians and setting up a realistic implementation mechanism in stages with the required international guarantees must be the main cornerstone of the political solution and all the efforts of the main supporters of political processes. A safe environment is achieved when people feel safe, and this can only be achieved through achieving justice and accountability for those who participated in the killing of Syrians and those who committed violations against them. Realistic programs aimed at revealing the fate of the missing, bringing the perpetrators to justice, and holding those involved in compensation and reparations is very important. Actions, reforms, and practical measures should be taken. Measures and steps detailed during the last 2 days of this conference are not merely aspirational. They are realistic, minimal conditions that must be created over time for a mass, organized, safe, and dignified return to become possible. The phased approach and gradual incremental creation of a safe environment detailed in the roadmap for a safe environment in Syria paper is modeled on experiences led by other countries which have suffered displacement with specific circumstances of Syria regarding the security, legal, and humanitarian factors. As the experience of other countries clearly shows, the safe environment in Syria cannot be created without a political agreement, robust international guarantees, and presence to implement the agreement, and without the direct involvement of the displaced Syrians. So this must be accommodated with our voices in a systematic way, and avoiding adulterating the representation under the pretext of appeasement to any party. Political will of key countries, including the United States, the European Union, Turkey, and others, must be summoned to reset the political process around the issue of creating the safe environment in Syria, which would be a safe, voluntary, and dignified return. We should put aside the failed approaches that are of mind of appeasing the situation. We should really recognize the new approaches and leave aside some other approaches, because some of the approaches are really risky for the Syrians. So we should really replace this with a genuine effort to transparently report on the current reality and work on the creation of minimum conditions for return across Syria as detailed in the document. Displaced Syrians must be consulted and involved in designing concrete steps for implementation of the safe environment as defined by them and guaranteed by a robust international presence. This is a fundamental basis for a safe and dignified return and a sustainable solution for the Syrian crisis. On behalf of the organizers, we thank you for being with us during these 2 days. This conference is not the end, but the beginning of a new phase in the conversation on Syria, a phase where the voice of displaced Syrians will be heard loud and clear in all key decision making for us. Thank you.
Please, sorry.
All right. Hello.
Where is this? Can you hear me? Yeah. Dear guests and all who have taken part online and followed this important conversation over the last 2 days, thank you for contributing to this momentous event. The message of this conference is clear: safe, voluntary, and dignified return that achieves justice and sustainable peace. The safe and neutral environment referred to in the context of UN Resolution 2254 of displaced Syrians is the foundation of any sustainable solution for the Syrian crisis. The ramifications of the current inertia-driven approaches are clear for all to see in the increasing numbers of Syrians desperately trying to flee Syria itself and certain host countries, risking their lives in an attempt to reach the perceived safety of Europe. The absence of a safe environment, as defined by Syrians themselves, is the main obstacle stopping displaced Syrians from returning to their homes, and hence the main impediment facing any comprehensive and sustainable political solution that would also address the other main issues, such as detainees, war crimes, and human rights violations. Determining the conditions for a safe environment by the Syrians and setting up a realistic implementation mechanism in the stages with the required international guarantees must be the main cornerstone of the political solution, and all the efforts of the main supporters of the political process must also be focused. A safe environment is achieved when people feel safe, and this can only be achieved through justice and accountability for those who participated in killing of Syrians and who committed violations against them. Realistic programs aimed at revealing the fate of the missing, bringing the perpetrators to justice, and holding those involved in compensation and reparations program to account must be started. Actions, reforms, and practical measures must also be taken to prevent the recurrence of crimes. Measures and steps detailed during the last 2 days of this conference are not merely aspirational. They are realistic, minimal conditions that must be created over time for a mass organized and safe and dignified return to be possible. The phased approach and gradual incremental creation of a safe environment detailed in the Roadmap for a Safe Environment in Syria paper is modeled on the experience of other countries which have suffered displacement with specific circumstances of Syria regarding the security, legal and humanitarian factors, including the scale of displacement and the fragmentation of the society taken into account. As the experience of other countries have shown, the safe environment in Syria cannot be created without a political agreement, robust international guarantees, and the presence to implement the agreement, and without the direct involvement of the displaced Syrians. The political process moving forward must accommodate our voices in a systematic manner and avoid adultering the representation under the pretext of appeasement to any party, internal or external. Political will of key countries, including the United States, European Union, Turkey and others, must be summoned to reset the political process around the issue of creating a safe environment in Syria, which would enable a safe, voluntary and dignified return. Previous failed approaches centered on appeasement of the Syrian regime and normalizations of its repressive policies must be discarded, and the interests of the majority of Syrians be placed at the center of any future political solution. Ad hoc partial approaches to return, currently entertained by some agencies and organizations inside Syria, must be recognized as dangerous to the well-being and interests of displaced Syrians. And they must be abandoned, replaced with a genuine effort to transparently report on the current reality and work on the creation of minimum conditions to return across Syria, as detailed in this document. Displaced Syrians must be consulted and involved in designing concrete steps for the implementation of safe return, as defined by them and guaranteed by a robust international presence. This is the foundational basis for a safe and dignified return and a sustainable solution of the Syrian crisis. On behalf of the organizers, we thank you for being with us during these 2 days. This conference is not the end, but the beginning of a new phase in the conversation on Syria, a phase where the voices of the displaced will be heard loud and clear in the key decision-making forums. Thank you very much.
We kindly ask you if you would like to have lunch, the same place where it was yesterday, but we are really tight on time, so if you would like to نطلب منكم إذا بتحبوا تتفضلوا على الغداء، بس الوقت كتير صار ضيق، فإذا بتحبوا يعني فورا بنفس المكان امبارح. شكرا.
يا جماعة الأكل